not really much I can do about it. Either way, I'm here, playing some more D2R with you guys. Let's have some fun. Playing Hey There, Delilah. Hey, honey.
The siege must be stopped.
Wherefore art thou, Peyton? I'm doing okay.
I need a key.
Wherefore art thou, Romeo? Thank you for the hearts. Woot woot! They like me. They really like me. Very nice. I look forward to your recommendations for my next book to read. Up to this goofy goober. Indeed, I am a goofy goober. Goofus Maximus.
It's locked.
Costa Goofus. $24. Woo! I was talking to my parents when we were going to get Chinese food a little earlier. We're gonna take the truck because it's bigger. It'll much more easily fit all of us. So I think you'll like the truck. I know you said you liked your dream car's a Raptor, so I think you'll like this one.
Oops. Do you want to do that?
No, we already have difficulty fitting into our current vehicle when just the three of us go up there, so it's not you, it's the little straw that broke the camel's back, you know? Gives my dad a chance to drive the truck anyway, because he hardly ever gets to drive. It's a 3500. My dad's got a chonky truck. He has a big fella. No, it actually has a built-in step ladder, so you'll be fine. But it is hefty. I don't know about that. It's a diesel, so it would burn up a lot of its fuel to do that. Excusez-moi.
How may I be of help?
What do you need?
Yeah, well, okay. I guess you would know diesels better than me. You got one. You'll have to ask my dad first. Because though he hardly ever drives it, that thing is his baby. Yeah. I mean, he better love that vehicle considering he spent half of his retirement on it. So, just saying. Yeah, it was not cheap, to say the least. Yeah. Chiron's roughhousing. So true. Crazy puppies, just like you. I'm fine. Pupper. Called you a pupper? Not pupper. Oh, there we go.
I'm overburdened.
Okay.
Salutations.
Let's see here.
Afternoon.
I had myself some vegetable egg foo young, some cream cheese wontons, and some veggie chow mein, along with a couple beers. Was positively delectable. Mwah. Saucy boy. It was super spiffy spoonful.
Good afternoon.
Let's see what we got here. Shell full am, alright. Get a shale rune. babe?
Yeah.
Let me mute you on OBS real quick.
Okay.
At your service. Put that to good use.
Stay a while and listen. Good day. I am overburdened. Yes? Yes? I need mana. I am overburdened. I am overburdened. Impossible. I can't carry anymore. Impossible.
Good to see you.
Hello.
I can't carry anymore.
Good day.
Good day.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore.
Greetings.
Yes?
Stay a while and listen.
Good day.
Thank all. Greetings. Blessings to you. Hello. It is an honor to serve you. Hello. Good day. How may I help you? Good day.
Afternoon.
I can't carry anymore.
How may I be of help?
I can't carry anymore.
What do you need?
Welcome back, my friend.
Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Boris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. In order to get yourself out of that loop, you got to have a forced push, if you will. And you can be that forced push, or somebody else can be that forced push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him, and we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you, it's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that, but we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it to our shells, while at the same time much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once. It's the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And
The next step of that is the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them. Like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah, live the life that you have available to, and the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only going to see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life, carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. Hey, so what do you guys think? My brother Brandon got this for me. The moment I start talking, Atlas jumps on me. This shirt for me for Christmas. Diablo II is my favorite game. And Deckard Cain, this is like his phrase. Stay a while and listen. Anyways. Yeah. Just thought I'd ask you guys. There's my tacos. Spazzing as they always are. Yeah. So, I'm going to go ride my scooter because it's a beautiful day outside. Come along with me. Voila, my scooter. I've had this for like 4 years or something. The seat is aftermarket. Yeah, I have to ride the scooter instead of walk around because I have this crucifixion disease. So, it's a nice scooter though. It's fun. I get to go a little bit farther in distance. I was riding a bike beforehand because I can still do that even with my disability. But the tires are popped. So, we're going to get to this. Let's ride the scooter. It's a beautiful day outside. It's nice having a beautiful park right next to my house. You see that right there? That's a little drainage area for when it rains heavily around here. But most of the time it's just clear and empty like that. I want to use that for my paramotor as a takeoff area, like a little runway. But because my legs, I haven't been able to use my paramotor for about 4 years. It's a great little spot though. I'll show you guys my paramotor soon. I got it back in like 2021. It's an amazing little piece of technology. I just wish I could use it. The Wetland Reserve right next to Wood Creek High School. Wood Creek High School is the school I used to go to. Back in the day. Back in the day, as they say. Back in my day. But yeah, it's down there. This is the wetland reserve. It's really just an excuse for them to keep it undeveloped and to let the power lines go through it, I guess. But it's nice. I can't take this scooter through there, though, because it's too bouncy. Alright, guys. Looks like they're having a track meet or something. It's a soccer game. But yeah, this is Woodford High School. My alma mater. This is pretty much the only part that I can safely ride my scooter in the wetland reserve, because it's got a bike path, as you can see, right next to the aquatic center. And over there is the library and some soccer and baseball fields. That's actually where we're going. So you'll see here. All right, let's get going here. Why not, right? This is like my circuit that I take whenever I ride my scooter. Vary it a little bit every once in a while, but this is the circuit basically. Hello. That's the wetland over there. Well, we're in the wetland, but that's the rest of it. Right down here. Try to enjoy the beautiful day. And it is indeed a beautiful day. Nice, cool breeze. Partly cloudy. Sun's breaking through nicely. That's where we're going. I gotta be careful here, though, because I'm steering with one hand. A little dangerous. Especially when you're on uneven terrain. This bridge is a little bit uneven. So. Here we go. Alright. Here come the bumpies, guys. Oh! I just ran over a snake. Whoops. Guy shouldn't have been sitting there. I think I ran over its head. Not good. Oh my gosh. That was unexpected. This park. They call it the Ladybug Park. It's attached to the library. Alright. There's the dog park. You need to have your dog registered in Roseville in order to take it in there, so I haven't done that. Never been able to take my dog into that park right there, but nevertheless, it's a nifty little park. That fence over there's new. Black one. That wasn't there before. And here we are at Elliott Park. The last park that I visit on my circuit that I do on my electric scooter. Nice, big, beautiful park. Where these soccer fields are is actually another good place where I could take my paramotor off, but my legs won't let me, so. This basketball court I used to always play basketball on before my legs went kaput. I remember having several here, or not 3-on-3s, 2-on-2s here with my friends Josh, Brett, and Andrew. Sometimes coming out here late at night, like 3 a.m. to do that. It was a good time. really highlights the importance of taking advantage of the opportunities that are available to you when they are. One of those opportunities is spending some time outside on a beautiful day. And you can see all these people out here that are doing just that. I'm not alone in that regard. But also, like, if your friends ask you to go play basketball or something and you're just sort of sitting on your butt doing nothing, go do it. Not only is it good exercise and time spent with your friends, but there may come a day in the future where you can't do that anymore. I always think of the phrase memento mori that the Caesars of ancient Rome used to have whispered in their ears for the purposes of reminding them that their time was fleeting, that we don't live forever, and remember we die. That's what that phrase means. So, yeah, that's why I'm out here riding my scooter. If that's what I'm resigned to do, then that's what I'm gonna do. Better than nothing, right? Alright guys, that's it for today. But let me go ahead and take you upstairs to show you one last thing before we really are done. How you doing, Brando?
Pretty good, how are you?
I'm alright. Watch me walk upstairs super slowly. Cat says hi again. That's her spot. I'll show you one last thing here, guys. See all these things on the wall? All these medals? Get down, Atlas. These are medals from all the marathons that I ran, as well as a few half marathons and a couple ultras in there. Before what happened to my legs happened to my legs. So, I wish I had it back. But, carpe diem. Seize the day. Live the life. The cards that have been dealt to you. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 137 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this video, we're going to do a review of Profiles in Courage by John F. Kennedy. Now, this book was written quite a while ago, obviously, because John F. Kennedy passed away several years ago. So, you know, perhaps some of the things are not necessarily up to date in it, but really what it is kind of a history lesson, because you're going through the lives of basically like 8 people that John F. Kennedy saw in United States politics as courageous individuals. Now, the way he defines courage is not necessarily something that's going to lead you to be victorious in your political pursuits or whatever your pursuits are, but are standing up for your morals, your convictions, in the face of whatever inertia you need to overcome. So, what that means is somebody like Daniel Webster might be really horrible with their money and rather unsavory of an individual in that regard. He nevertheless will stand up for something that needs to be stood up for in politics. Now, like I've said many a time, it's scarcely going to be the case where you remember point for point, verbatim, everything that you read, hear, see, what have you. So, reading a book like this, as with any historical document, is a means by which you broaden your perspective to improve your subconscious intuition for your decision making. He brings up the point of Gresham's law. Gresham's law of politics. And Gresham's law, what that is the tendency for money of lower intrinsic value to circulate more freely than money of higher intrinsic value, or equal or nominal value. In other words, this same type of thing happens with politicians. They'll circulate in and out based upon low value. But there were also some other important points that I think John F. Kennedy didn't bring up because he just didn't know of them. One of them is the Lindy effect. The Lindy effect, basically what that is, it states that the longer something has been around, been in existence, the longer still it will be in existence. So, let's look at Bitcoin, for instance. Bitcoin's been around since 2008. That's a good 17 years. Because it's existed for 17 years, the likelihood of it collapsing in a singular year is very low. It's going to be around perhaps for several more decades, maybe even centuries, because it's lasted this long. The same thing happens with even, just people in general. So, a lot of the profiles that he discusses are individuals that were politicians during the Civil War era. And one of them, I actually have it written right here, that Daniel Webster individual, who wasn't necessarily the best person in the world, basically gave time for the Lindy effect to take effect for the United States. If the Civil War in the United States were perhaps to happen 10 years prior, the United States wasn't old enough for it to survive that kind of calamity. It would have broken up into several different states, several different countries. Perhaps Texas would have become its own country, the Confederacy would have remained its own country, the northern states would have remained their own country. It wouldn't have been able to have been reunified by a central authority. But because Daniel Webster he aided in the delay by great compromise with individuals like Henry Clay and others, they gave it time. Hindsight is 20/20, and scarcely could any one of these individuals have known what the future consequences would have been of the actions they were taking in the present. But a few things that you can know, the kernels of truth. Life is better than death. To give time for greater awareness is better than to make brash decisions, and things of that nature. Stability, generally speaking, is better than chaos. Slavery is bad. Freedom is good. Sound money, and actually this is somebody by the name of Lamar, a politician by the name of Lamar, Cincinnatus, blah, blah, blah. It's a big old fat name. I forget exactly what it was, but, and again, I'm not going to remember the exact details. He was a politician that was trying to keep sound money and keep it as a singular currency. Gold. He didn't want to add silver into the mix. Like basic silver bill or something to that effect. I can't remember exactly what it was called. But hindsight's 20/20. You don't know these things in the present. And I look back on this and all the things that these individuals did to keep enough stability for the United States to get where it is now was hugely important. they held it together long enough to where now you and I live in the wealthiest country in the history of the planet. Even with the central banks and dark forces behind this trying to turn us into slaves in a different sense, not like cotton-picking slaves, but a different kind of slave. Even with all that, we've managed to keep things together well enough up to this point to where we live in the greatest affluence we ever have. I'm talking to you on a piece of technology that's a billion times more powerful than the technology that got us to go to the surface of the moon back in 1969. And 69 years before that, we had just come around to inventing the engine, and we were getting ready to build cars, and we were a few years off from making airplanes. We went from barely being able to fly to landing on the surface of the moon in 69 years-ish, right around there. And now we're getting ready, we're setting out to go and colonize Mars. Even with all these dark forces behind the scenes trying to stop us, and it takes a wizened individual, why you read books like this, to figure that stuff out. We've managed to push forward the line this much. So if for nothing else than to give yourself a broader perspective, I strongly recommend you read this book. It's a good one. Really good information in it. When you do things that are courageous, when you do things that you are convicted by, that are going to make a difference, just as Winston Churchill said, and this is actually Victor Hugo, I think, was the first person who said it. You have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. He also talks about certain politicians that basically executed the knife's edge of keeping us right on the precipice between chaos and stability. And the closer you are to that line, the black and the white, the faster your growth is. And if we want to outpace the evil in this world, unfortunately, we need to be as close to that line as we possibly can be. Because the enemy is always looking for a way to take us down. So I strongly recommend you read this book. It was very good. All right. That's it for today. Let me know what you think, guys. I'll talk to you soon. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 121 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. I hope you're all having a great day. It's a little dreary and rainy here right now in Roseville, California on this fine Sunday. And, you know, I'm putting in a little bit extra effort into the YouTube channel right now, realizing that it is probably going to be just as I am inclined to believe, in that I'll push this boulder up the hill once more, and it's going to come clobber me down on the ground. That is to say, I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me, just like everything else. I can compare this simply to things that I've done in the last couple of years. So far, my novel is, from what I can tell, not selling very well, even though I know it's a good book, because it's not being advertised properly by the company that, through which I went. Put a tremendous amount of effort and money into getting that book written and published, and the lackluster results are what I get. I tried to help my mother build her slot YouTube channel, one of the most popular niches that exist on YouTube. And she's got a lot of subscribers, but the channel's not making any money because YouTube put a block on the channel for some reason. We get no views on the long-form videos. I see channels out there that get hundreds to thousands of subscribers a day. So many of them that post nonsense, that post nothing of any really real value. And, you know, they get money hand over fist. We were going to do this lot stuff anyway, and we get a quintuple benefit out of it. We spend time with one another, we get to have some fun, we get to travel, we get to have recordings for the future, have a legacy in order for family to remember going forward. And the fifth point was to make some money off of it. But there's no money coming out. So I know that I'll have the carpet pulled out from under me again. But that's not the purpose of me doing this next stage in my professional evolution, if you will. Basically, the way I see it is every time the forces around me pull the carpet out from under me, it is yet another indication that this world is not made for me, and gives another opportunity to those who pay attention to look at those things that had to collapse or didn't succeed and either fix them or destroy them. So, YouTube, as well as other social media platforms, are a means by which you publicize yourself. They're really good for advertising. You advertise the brand that is you and the things you do. And if I cannot be advertised without putting too much of a target on my head, if that's something that would happen, then the world is screwed up. And it needs to be fixed. So the point I'm making here is, I say to God, okay, fine. The carpet's going to be pulled out from me here again. Where to next? I don't want to tarry on any system or program or institution for any longer than I have to, because I don't have the time to waste. I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again, like Sisyphus. Yes, indeed. That's been my whole life. But it's almost like I knew that before I even came here. And I accepted that as my reality, what it was going to be, what it is. And simply, yes, sir, where to next? Let's get the job done. Let me be the emotional, physical, spiritual, mental sponge that the world needs in order to soak up all the negativity and destructive energy. But I don't want to tarry too much longer on anything that I don't have to. So I'm putting a little bit of extra advertising into my current personal YouTube channel. The great thing about this, so long as YouTube itself doesn't collapse as an entity, is that this will last forever. But at the same time, I'm not simply posting it on YouTube, I'm also posting it on other platforms. That's the thing. Well, I might not get much traction on these videos now. They could get traction 10 years in the future. It is possible. I'm not saying it will happen. In fact, the overwhelming likelihood is that it's not going to happen, because it only happens with people who have any real noticeable impact on the world, something of which I do not. But the opportunity is there. So I say, yes, sir. Where do I go next? What would you like me to do next? But I don't want to waste my time on these things. It's life. It is life. I have said on many occasions, and I still mean this, okay, I'm going to do what you want me to do, God, of course, because I serve you, period, end of story. But if I am really being idle and wasted this much, why am I even here? Why am I even on Earth? Of course, I was writing about this in my journal right here last night. The answer to that question is an answer that I already know, even though I, superficially, am not important. And that answer is, each and every one of us is a proof of concept. If you can stand up against the darkest of evils that this world has to offer and survive, that inspires other people. And one of those darkest evils that it has to provide is to put you in a state of mediocrity despite immense capacity. It's the way it works. And also, the longer you endure, like Atlas carrying the world on his back, the more time you give the rest of the world to fix what's fucked up, which is a lot. My body is broken. I used to run marathons, and I was good at it. Now I can hardly walk. That was in an effort to discourage me, to demoralize me. If I were to have just been straight up killed by the dark force, Satan, then God would have already won. But instead, he seeks to discourage and to make me resent God. That's the purpose behind it all. Something which can never happen. It's not possible. And I made that abundantly clear that that is not possible. Because I know what God is, and I know what the evil of this world and evil period is. God is love. So the things that are evil that are happening to me are not God. Period. End of story. And the argument is, okay, well then I guess the evil is more powerful than the good. No. And even if that were the case, fine. I'll be part of the good. I'm not trying to be part of the winning team if that's the case. I'm trying to be part of what is good. I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care if I have to be taken down low. Morality is something... Here's one of the phrases that I always say. It's very important. A world where morality is not a disadvantage is worth dying, and if need be, or fighting, and if need be, dying for. I do not want to live in a world, I do not want to live in a universe where morality is a disadvantage. Just like the Spartans, when they stood, those 300 warriors at that channel, protecting their country, they did that knowing that either they die or they be slaves. I'll stand up no matter how much I have to suffer. I don't care. I mean, I do. I wish I didn't have to. Ideally, I wouldn't have to. But I will not submit to a future of entropy and decay, tyranny, evil, erasure of the individual. I will not accept that. So I say, yes, sir, God, where do you want me to go to next? What's the next job? I'm going to have the carpet pulled out from under me again? So be it. Will this ever stop? Probably not. But it's all right. One of the greatest pains of my life is that all of this, if humanity doesn't fix it before I die, will be for naught. I'll have no children, no legacy of my own. And I say to that, I wanted to give presents to this world, presents in my own descendants, but the world didn't want those presents. Okay, I pass away, I die, but this is just a physical body. It's not me. It's not only what I am. So be it. I can accept that. It just sucks. I'm thinking, this Sisyphean idea of pushing this boulder up this hill, being Atlas with the stone, the earth on your back, was brought up to me by watching a video of a woman in whom I am interested. And I believe she me. But nothing will be done, because apparently she's been told not to do anything by exterior forces. I can't have what I want. So be it. But we can wait. We're gonna try. Maybe we can fix it before I die. Maybe. But it's okay if we can't. It's all right. Because you want to know why? We're making progress. We're trying. All we have to do is at least try. And it will get better. It's all right. Anyways, that's all I got for today, guys. Don't give up. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 160 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You might have realized or seen that I've been playing some video games on my channel recently. I used to game all the time, but there are periods in your life, seasons, if you will, where you need to work really hard, hunker down, put the pedal to the metal, and there are seasons in your life where you need to just relax, and everything in between. Ultimately, what it comes down to is balance. It's that Aristotelian mean between hard work and play. Hard work and no play makes a person stupid and lame. Play and no hard work makes you useless. So, I figured I have a rotator cuff injury right now. Rotator cuff's a little messed up. Probably from punching that bag a little bit too hard when I'm doing my boxing practice. Why not play a game that I enjoy? Also, I have a friend of mine who lives in Ireland who's been wanting to play some video games with me. So it was kind of a double win there. So here we are. I'm gaming a little bit. Aristotelian mean. Don't be too far in either direction. It's just like, the Aristotelian mean is very similar to Seneca's philosophy on, I guess, touting your wealth, if you will. I say if you will a lot. It's one of my phrases. That is, if you have a good lot in life, you don't want to dress to the nines every day, but you also don't want to dress like a slob every day. Instead, you want to dress like a 6 or a 7, so that people can look towards you who are not at your lot in life and aspire to you, but not be discouraged by the fact that you're so far beyond them they can never reach you. So a 6 or a 7 is ideal in that regard. A 9 is not. I'm human. I do human things. I'm human, I promise. I'm human. Ha ha. No, seriously, I'm human. I play video games. And I've watched a lot of video essayists on YouTube that are relatively proximate to my channel's size. Some of them much larger, some of them a little smaller. And I've seen on their channels much the same thing. That every once in a while they have a gaming stream. I'm thinking of Luke West. I've seen some of his videos. They're actually gaming streams where he's playing video games. So it's all about balance. And I'm going to be having a good time in Reno very soon. My birthday is this month, May 20th. Why not give myself a little bit of a break? There's routine, and there's value in routine. There's hunkering down, value in that. And there's value in relaxation as well. But to that point, there has, however, been a bother that I have seen from many a channel, a personality, on a lot of places on Instagram, for example, where they tell you to just rest. You mustn't be in that station for several years of your life. I don't care if you were busting your ass for 25 years and you just want to take a break for 5 years. That's too long. That is too long. We don't live long enough to do that. And at least previously, a while ago, on the X-Files, there were a lot of instances where I saw profiles and posts saying, just rest. No. No. That only goes so far. I'm done resting. I want to build. My body's damaged because I've been duking it out with demons for decades, alliteration aside. But I don't want to rest. Especially when I have this much energy otherwise. I do have a ton of energy, it's just my body is messed up. That's all. I wish we didn't have to sleep. Sleep is ridiculous and it's a waste of time. It's unfortunate that it's a requirement for us. Therefore, I make sure to get at least 8 hours of sleep at night. It would just be so much nicer if we didn't have to do it at all. You know what I mean? People will say, oh, I love to sleep. It feels so good. You're missing the point. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. What I am saying is it would be even better if we never had to. If that euphoric feeling that you get when you cuddle up and nestle up in your bed, you have essentially all the time, and you don't need to sleep. That's way better. There's need for balance in life. In everybody's life. And if you're working too hard, make sure you don't burn yourself out. Take breaks where necessary. But I will say, those breaks need to have their limits. Otherwise, you go from taking a break to breaking a routine. You go from carving marble to turning into jello. Your body and many other things. A 5-year break from my work is not acceptable. That is way too long. It is essentially like dying. It's like you don't even exist. So, yeah. That's it for today, guys. Balance is key. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 163 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Before I start with what I'm going to talk about in this video, I just want to state you have to be willing to be cringe in order to get to new understandings of your life and of the world around you. Sometimes it looks a little bit like a dumpster fire. You see right there, right? But you gotta do what you gotta do. Today I plan on reading an essay to you that I wrote, again, back in like 2018. You are. And this harkens to what I just said. Sometimes you gotta be fairly cringe in order to do that. Especially if who you are is something that's considered cringe. On some level anyway. I don't know. Let's get to this. For those of you who read my various posts on this forum, this was Facebook back in the day, understand that I hide almost nothing from you. What you see here is the thoughts that are going through my mind. I want to emphasize that. I hide nothing. And when you hide nothing, at least initially, in the knee-jerk response, it can feel cringe. It's okay. Don't stress about it. In a few years' time, nobody's going to remember what you said and did anyway, aside from yourself, and only if you're over-obsessing over yourself. I find that with increasing pressure, though I do not like the pressure that comes from many sources, as I do not understand its purpose or ultimate origin, that is, I did not, I do now. More thoughts continue to pop out of my head. More ideas. Through all of it, however, I have found one thing to be a certainty, albeit quite a curious one. The more pressure that I am put under, without any light at the end of the tunnel provided to me, the closer I go towards the light that I personally know exists, and that light is God. I tell you this now because while my posts may in some ways grow increasingly esoteric and even unsettling to some, it is my truth. That is, it is not your truth unless you want it to be. In no way would I ever imagine foisting it upon you, and in no way would I require its acceptance from you in order to enter into my circle, aside from my absolute bedrock. All that care to know me, in a humility that can only be garnered from their own internal search for truth, can know me and be my friend. I am entirely accessible. I see you all, in one form or another, as family. Some of you may be more extended family than others, but you are all nonetheless my family, if you desire to know me. It has been said by many a person, some more notable than others, that is more well known in our various structures of society, that what comes out of you when you are under pressure, without some other carrot placed before you, is who you really illusion. These layers we must sift through due to the scheming that produces them. Scheming required to survive in a world that is so deeply lacking in true empathy. If pressure is put on you without a direction, and what comes out of you is hatred, violence, vitriol, then that is where your path was and is leading you. The farther you will go before you will finally reach your breaking point, the more you will double down in your actions or intent, the farther down that path you had already walked. And when you can see it, then and only then can you make a decision to either continue on that path or change it. The same is true for those who are put under pressure but walk towards something that only breeds more love and compassion, something that only splays out and desperately searches for more solutions to the many problems that plague the human family at this juncture in our short but variegated history. To be clear, however, you can only see yourself if a carrot is not placed in front of you. This is because a carrot is yet another layer of scheming that is constructed by others to act as a means to an end, to have their human will carried out through you. Without that carrot, the only one that can guide you in any direction is you and your history, your racial memory. Without any other light, you'll either make your own light at the end of the tunnel, make your own, or give up. And when pressure continues to build, everyone will eventually budge. There is another beautiful thing that comes of this, and I hope you understand. When you start to follow the path of your history, your racial memory, or you decide to change it, at that point is where you truly begin your journey. At that point is where your history begins anew, entirely yours, and you are sovereign unto yourself. With every step you take, in either direction, though I hope and pray you will walk towards truth, you will lay yet another brick, pave yet another pathway, construct another terrace where your fortress begins to grow, and in whose shelter other tortured souls may confide, in that most cherished of paths towards love, for yourself and for your neighbor. Whether you like it or not, for those of you reading this, and for those of you who have read my other works, what I reveal to you is who I am. I cannot say with complete surety just yet whether this path will lead, though it will never end, and when time is without capacity to defeat, or with complete surety who exactly I am underneath all the obfuscation in its totality, as I have yet more pressure to be put under, and even further to go. Thus, with every step I take, I continue to evolve, perhaps turning into something entirely original, something that has never been seen. But at this point in my own history, I can tell you that I am Peyton Pearson. I am your friend, and I love you, whoever you are. I write, and of myself reveal everything to you, or damn near everything, because this is how you see into me. This is how you will read into my ultimate intent. And this is how you will build trust and empathy. This is your porthole into my soul. We live in an era now of infinite stories, with an infinite capacity to write them and communicate them in all different forms and modalities. In truth, every human being is their own unique story unto oneself. We are, none of us, merely an endless list of considered objective facts that identify you through some exterior consensus mechanism, but instead stories in all their richness and color. The only way to achieve truth in what seems to be an endless occluded world, to break down the Tower of Babel that always seems to cause us to elude the true meaning of our intent through words that can never describe with perfect exactitude what we mean, is to speak in this idea of story, in our endless stories in which all act as independent keys to the door within every soul. These doors protect us against a world where no one can ever be perfectly trusted or perfectly confided in. The story, infinite stories, can achieve parity with, and even then surpass, this barrier, transcending the walls that block off our emotions from one another. through our stories, into our hearts we see. Infinity trumps the finite every time. When you find yourself confronted with the most extreme of philosophies and directions from others, especially those that may be walking a path more or less oblique to your own direction, or even going in the opposite direction as yourself, there is something that we must remember. Black and white, this most clear of juxtapositions offers up the greatest opportunity in the history of the human race to attempt to empathize with sides that are far different from our own. Step into the shoes of those people and discern why they have chosen the paths that they have chosen. Listen to their stories. Mind you, this is contingent upon the fact that they have empathy themselves. You may find that when you can allow yourself to be in complete calm in the presence of a person whose very ideas would otherwise cause your blood to boil, you will recognize the resistance that pushes you farther apart. Once you recognize it, the juxtaposition will reveal some yet greater truth within both of you. Through this constant barrage of assaults on your ideals, you will get to the core of what it is that you truly stand for, and begin to build upon it. With every word is built more of your truth. With every brushstroke is spoken more of your story. With every step toward one another is more depth of heart and emotion revealed. It is from this point that you can now clear away all the debris that was preventing you from building your fortress. It is from this point, your bedrock, that you can truly know and trust yourself. And it is only from this point that you could ever truly have any hope of empathizing. This is your core, but it is also your line in the sand. When you present yourself with nearly the most egregious philosophies that could possibly be mustered in your presence, and you can still find common ground with each other, then you are seeing yourself in the light that you had never seen before, and you are seeing the other in that same light. You have seen, through digging to the bottom of the other's philosophy, that perhaps they were infiltrators all along, desperately dodging overpowered enemies, hiding their truths from being stamped out, camouflaging themselves from what would otherwise be a fiery death. If you find, once you dig all the way to the bottom of someone's obfuscation, that they have not given up in the search for truth, which is to say that they have not given up, the machinery of their bodies, the worn-out pieces of flesh that were strapped together with various machinations in order to shield them from hell, in order to keep them alive for just a moment longer, you will feel the hero that stood when no one else could continue. That hero is you. And from you is found the progenitor of hope. No one else but you. But in that same light, if you find that through the resistance, that most extreme of comparisons possible, upon this worldly plane, that the person underneath all the layers of occlusion is still one that refuses to stop spouting off endless vitriol and hatred, you will have to make the most painful of decisions. That person is beyond your reach, for they do not want to reach for them. Do not want you to reach for them. They have turned their back on you and have completely and thoroughly given up. They refuse to acknowledge your existence, for they have already accepted that you do not exist. If you present yourself to them, assuming you could survive their attempts to drag you down to nothingness, a la the movie What Dreams May Come, it would nonetheless kill them at the very core of their being. As I continue to go along my own personal path, as I continue to search, I find that the greatest way that I can empathize with everyone else is to undergo that very same pressure, though perhaps on a much more indeterminate level. There are things that happen in my life that go far beyond the scope of anything I could tell you in writing. Far be it from me to convince you of them, as they reside in the realm of what we still, in consensus, consider fantasy. How am I to tell you that the array against me, an array meant to squeeze more out of the furnace, an interrogation, is as vast and all-encompassing as anyone dare not imagine? It is perhaps not in malice, but all the same, ever present. No. And perhaps you do not need to know that. In fact, I am certain you do not need to know it. Just know that I have determined a great many things in my life, in the short 27 years that I have walked on spaceship Earth. So you can see from this that it was 9 years ago. What I have found above all else is that I will stop at nothing to get us out of this hell. But the principal way to do this, or even more scheming, it is instead found in talking to you, telling you how much you matter, telling you how much you deserve to be loved, listening to you as you confide in me everything that has hurt you throughout your life, doing everything in my power to understand you and show you that no matter what point on your path you find yourself, if you walk towards your own inner truth, you will never walk alone. I will meet you there, as I too am in that search, fellow traveler. The farther we go, the stronger we get. To dispel the demons of ridicule, deceit, fear, and hatred, we must move courageously and shirk the notions of anyone's disapproval. Such things have no hold over you, and they never will. They are crafty illusions, constructed by a paradigm that whispers into our ears that we must fear or feast on each other's souls for survival. Know that such a whisper can only survive if you believe it, if you believe in it. Acknowledge its existence, but give it none of your attention or energy beyond that, lest it should suck you in and never release you from its grotesque grasp. If you find my writings or speakings weird, sometimes nonsensical, or even abrasive towards your personal philosophy, this is all for the better. See this as a perfect opportunity for you to inquire, as I will never attempt to stamp out your flame, only help you to see the path that I am walking, and strive to better see yours through the increased fidelity of my own personal definition. The greater the challenge to your beliefs, the greater the learning opportunity. That is, when you can trust in yourself that you are strong enough to fight off the diminutive demons of deceit, and trust the other that they will not allow such demons to be born from their own souls. When you trust yourself, you will automatically differentiate and disassociate from those who would do you harm. I will prove to you, as criticism perchance mounts for my own ideals, that through my actions, your inner truth is safe with me. unconditional acceptance. That's this essay, guys. It was a long one today. Hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 130, Until I'm a YouTube Millionaire. And I'm going to read another essay to you that I wrote back in 2016-2017 timeframe. It's called Collect Believers. The overarching abstract of this essay is basically the difference between angels and gray aliens. It's purely hypothetical, and one must be able to think in hypotheticals in order to come to new ideas about how reality works. To ride on a beam of light, as Einstein's famous assumption was when he developed the theory of relativity. So let's get to this. What if the people who survive the societal pivotal point are the ones that have been duly informed by their future selves, a la the movie The Arrival? Their future selves come back to show them what they become, and their progeny become, and the consequences to the rest of the human race. However, they also show the survivors that something can happen if the survivors decide to change history. There's a big problem here, however. Many of these survivors, and if history is changed, will no longer be survivors of the Great Cataclysm. But the reward for changing history is many-fold. For starters, many more human beings survive, if not nearly all of them. And the evolutionary path that their progeny will follow is much healthier and more beautiful. That is, more beautiful physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and more. The capacities that are derived from the changing of a potential history are wrought by the harbingers of the news, who themselves express those very differences as proof. So, our evolutionary descendants of the Great Cataclysm are the Greys, and our evolutionary descendants of changing history are angels. Mind you, the two options are not mutually exclusive, but what is exclusive is how many bloodlines survive. If history is turned on its head, and the angels are made to be born before the Greys, then everyone can survive. Both histories are going to happen one way or another. For if they happen in one path, they happen in all. That is, one must think outside the confines of time, and think of a timeline more as a choice stream. So, all possibilities are occurring simultaneously. The way they coalesce is merely dependent upon the way one lives in the present, which itself is defined by one's history. It can all change, and humanity will no longer be survived by the basest of people imaginable, pure morals. It is a strange proposition to request from the most evil people to do something that is completely against their nature, operate in a non-selfish manner, but at any point you can change. You simply must commit to that change. This proposition is an odd one, and the human beings that represent the pinnacle of selfishness are not ones to change their minds, especially if it could potentially ensure the demise of their bloodlines. So, a proposition is submitted back to you. A game. If their future selves can resist the cataclysm and call it out wherever it arises, if their future selves can defend their positions, then the survivors will allow the history to change. The resistance will cause evolution, and the evil ones may acquiesce. That is, the future will refuse to change unless you rage at the dying of the light. Defend yourself. resist. Prove your capabilities, and you will collect believers. That's it for this one, guys. Not a terribly long one. I hope you enjoyed. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this was rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes, you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice, just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. And not human, without ego. In that, this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen, as must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, as do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, not human. They're from different dimensions, and even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien, because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box, and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen, in person, gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it, with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today the human manifestations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say somebody like Klaus Schwab. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. It's interesting. It's a certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 161 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Got a couple things I wanted to talk about today. The first one I'm going to talk about is the Georgia Guidestones. So the Georgia Guidestones were stones that I'm pretty sure nobody knows who commissioned to be built in Georgia, the state in the United States, that basically outlined everything that the New World Order, or now the Old World Order, because they're being routed at the moment, was trying to get put in place for the whole of the planet. And the principal aspect of that whole plan, the most dangerous aspect of the entire plan, the most dastardly and evil aspect of that entire plan, was to reduce the population of humanity to 500 million. There are many things that we can point to now, if you couldn't already see it from the past, but this is a generational fight. It takes entire generations of people to be brought up in the battle to know that they're actually fighting said battle. There are several things that happened in the last, let's say, 10 years that have proven this to us again and again. COVID is one of them. While the virus itself was extremely non-lethal, there was a 99.98% survival rate, which is a higher survival rate than the flu. It was the hysteria and the problem reaction solution that came about from it that was really the crux of the damage that it did to the world. The entire global economy was essentially shut down for 2, maybe 3 years. That by itself means that millions of people starve, billions of people don't get water, millions of people don't have money to make a living, etc. That was intended to be combined with a plethora of global conflicts fomented by these same dark forces behind the scenes. This 8,000-year-old pedophile ring that's been here, satanic pedophile ring that's been trying to destroy humanity for that long, if not longer. Here's another one you might not have thought of. The recent egg shortage in the United States, the science has shown that egg yolks actually prevent the spike proteins that your body makes when it's been injected with the quote-unquote vaccine from COVID, remdesivir and a few of the other ones, that the egg yolk actually prevents that spike protein from binding to your cells. In other words, it protects you. It's the same with ivermectin and fenbendazole. Ivermectin and fenbendazole, you were basically banned from social media if you even mentioned it. Especially ivermectin. I think this is multi-pronged in that not only was it a very powerful and effective remedy for COVID and other viruses and flus and stuff, I am still fully convinced that it is the doorway to the cure to cancer. It has been shown through many scientific studies and a lot of anecdotal data that it does appear that most cancers, not all of them, but most of them, are actually parasite breeding beds, if you will. They're just parasites. They're sacs of parasite breeding beds. And that those people who have tumors and various cancers might actually just have parasites. And those parasites lead to organ failure. It is so seldomly said that you die from cancer. It is said that you die from organ failure. That's what a parasite does to you. You know, harkening back to the Georgia Guidestones, our media, our culture, has been dripping it to us for decades, centuries, even millennia, if you will. That is part of the modus operandi of this satanic pedophile ring, these evil bastards behind the scenes, in that they want to prove to themselves and to you that you're too stupid to figure it out. Because they're going to say, look, we put it right in front of you, and you still didn't see it. Well, what if you do see it, and you actually decide to change things? Which is what we're doing. Well, then their gig is up. They've been proven to be as evil as they are, and their philosophy has been they don't care. They don't play by rules, because evil doesn't. Evil uses your morality against you, your rules against you. But it's their own philosophy to try to prove to themselves that it's all pointless to resist them. It's not. And they're being routed right now as a result. To that point that it's all been seeped into our culture for ages and ages and ages. Just look at the movie Kingsman. The movie Kingsman, which came out in like 2017 or something like that, it's a British movie. It's very brutal. For that purpose, I don't recommend that the overwhelming majority of you watch it. It is very bloody and gory. It's like whatever we have that's bloody and gory in the United States, amplify that by at least 2x. It's bad. People getting chopped up into cubes and stuff like that, regardless of their plot armor or not. Basically, nobody in that movie has plot armor. Anybody can pass away at any given moment. Even the main character. But in that movie, Samuel L. Jackson plays a character where he believes this type of thing, that the overwhelming majority of the general population are just useless eaters and that they need to be eradicated as they're kind of a virus on the planet. Obviously, misprioritizing the very essence of existence itself. What is the point of existence if there is no one around to perceive it? What is the point of existence if all you do is destroy? If you are not your brother's keeper? And to that point, as I talk about many a time on this channel, George Soros, I have to mention him again because he is garbage. And his son is as well. They're garbage. The entire 007 movie, Quantum of Solace, was based around him being the villain in that movie. The villain in that movie is him. It's been said that. Back in the 80s, George Soros was trying to collapse the British pound in order to corner the market and buy it all up. He is not a good person. And he's the type of people that we're talking about behind the scenes that are doing this to us. This stuff is real, and those falling into the wokeism, social justice warrior trap are basically falling victim to the occult cabal's attempt to prevent us from having any type of nuance. Like, if this path isn't right, okay, well then I'm going to jerk you all the way over to the other side, and you're still going to be wrong. That's what the demons do. Every frickin' time. And the other thing I wanted to talk about in this video is this thing that I bring up all the time because if it's something as awkward and strange as this is, the ontology, is that the right word? I don't know. I'll have to look into it. The knowledge of it has to be pried into and discerned. I've talked many a time about having to have unconventional relationships, romantic relationships, in order to have a significant other in my life. As you probably could tell from this video, just the content of it from before, from the last 10 minutes, I'm really intense. Whether I'm trying to be or not. And I'm never trying to be. Unless I am furious at somebody or something and I'm trying to get them in a state of terror, or get them to change, or I'm directly fighting them, I by no means am trying to be intense. Nevertheless, it seeps out. It's kind of part of my soul, if you will. That is very difficult to manage. It's very difficult to manage. Not for me, I can handle it just fine. But for a significant other, it would be. I am telling you this from experience. I lost track of the number of women that I had asked out when it reached 3 dozen. And they all rejected me. Or tacitly went out with me and then just ran away and never talked to me again. There's a reason I'm saying this. There's a reason I'm trying to be flexible. It's because I have 35 years of experience of dealing with this. And knowing that I'm a lot to handle. And if I want to be able to build a romantic relationship, if I want to be able to have children and not have my line spiritually die right here with me after 4.5 billion years of evolution, then I am gonna have to be flexible. Just by the sheer fact that Generation Z is writ large, replete with social anxiety, way more than just about any other generation before. Because of social media and stuff that basically keeps us isolated and indoors. That alone means that they're going to be terrified to even talk to me to begin with. If I want to enter into a relationship with a female from their generation, which I do. The reason I bring this up again is because every time, as I said before in previous videos, but it bears repeating, every time I find a woman that I'm like, oh, that's the person. You know, if I focus on her and give all my attention and energy to her being my romantic partner, that will terrify her. It will. But every time that happens, where I find somebody like, oh wow, this is the right person, which doesn't happen often, other women pop up every single time. There's another woman I know, very nice young lady. I like her a lot. She talks to me a lot. We have a good time. She's probably gonna watch this video. I'm not blind, I'm not stupid. I'll just say that. If this is to happen, which could. You live a very long distance away from me, but it could. Well, the same goes to you that I said to this other woman who I'm trying to give her time. This happens every single time. Every single time. There's always multiple women that pop up. The moment I find somebody who's like, oh my gosh, that's the right woman. Every single time. You might need to be flexible yourself. Just remember that Christ is King. He knows better than we do. There's a reason that wherever my life is going, there's a reason God keeps letting this happen. There's a reason. Like I said many a time before, God cannot give you permission to break the rules, but He can give you grace. Exceptions make the rule. Sometimes you need to be flexible. And this is kind of an indoctrination to that idea. I don't like it. I've said it 1,000,000,000 times. I'll say it again. This is not something I necessarily want, but I do want children. I do want romantic love. I do want a family. I don't want my spiritual essence to die with me. I want to give gifts to the planet in the form of my children. So, you can see, just watching this video right here, I'm pretty intense. I have to reiterate it because this is weird. We don't have forever. Especially since you're growing so dang fast. And YouTube's not letting me grow. They've blockaded me from growing. You're the right woman. Anyway. Alright. This is a very disparate video. But I have to reiterate this. So, love y'all. Especially those women I'm talking about. I love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 146 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And I've got a smattering, a medley of things that I want to discuss this morning. The first one is the concept of heating and throttling on YouTube. So, YouTube has, of course, as you might suspect, of course, they know how to use their algorithm in the back end. Duh. A means by which they can heat a YouTube channel, and a means by which they can throttle YouTube channels. So, currently, it seems that YouTube has quite the desire to heat channels of attractive 24-year-old women, throttle channels of standard white dudes, like myself, and also heat channels of homunculi, if you know what a homunculus, miniature human being. So a normal human being that's just small. I have an idea as to why that might be. It's probably because they're trying to back end encourage lower energy consumption or something to that effect. Maybe there's a future that they want to see and they're trying to encourage it. But a lot of really big creators on YouTube are not very big people, like physically. I'm thinking specifically of the finance and investing and money side of YouTube. Thinking specifically of a couple rather large creators. But I don't know, I just wanted to mention that real quick. This is going to be a smattering, rather random today, because I just have a lot of thoughts going through my head. But I also wanted to give you guys the stack to maximize your energy, your wakefulness, your productivity. First thing, obviously, caffeine. Now, everybody has different sensitivities to caffeine. However, in taking Prozac, that has actually allowed me to consume more caffeine without getting the jitters, without getting high anxiety. And to that point, Prozac in and of itself I never have been a late riser. I've always woken up really early in the day. But Prozac allowed me to get up even earlier. I remember when I first started taking it many years ago, and I wasn't taking warfarin, which fatigues you. I was getting up at 4:30 in the morning without any issues, because my serotonin was balanced properly, and I was going to bed about 9-ish, right around there, because I just don't like staying up late. There's no point in it. Why stay up late? Only bad things happen at night. There are rare instances where you're just trying to let loose and have a good time. Like, for instance, when I'm out at the Atlantis with my parents and we're having a few drinks and just hanging out, having a good time. Yeah, sure, there are instances for that, but those are not supposed to be every night. They're supposed to be fun experiences. So I would get to bed at about 9:30 or so, 9, and end up getting about 7.5 hours of sleep. Prozac allowed me to get quality sleep as well as the appropriate amount of sleep and getting up early. Since I started taking that, I have not had trouble with sleeping. I never really had trouble with it to begin with, but it's even better now. So, caffeine, because I do that and because I weigh 215 pounds, 6'1", I can consume about 500 to 700 milligrams of caffeine per day without causing too much of an issue. But you got to make sure that you do that before noon, especially if you're very sensitive to caffeine. If you drink or consume caffeine after noon, you're going to have trouble getting to sleep. The next one, acetyl L-carnitine. Acetyl L-carnitine is a fat metabolism upregulator. It operates upon a different pathway to boosting your energy. But the primary thing that I like about acetyl L-carnitine, it's a very good supplement, is that it improves your memory. This is something that everybody needs. But when you already have a pretty powerful mind, it amplifies how much it helps. So I take, about 2,000 milligrams per day of that, and you can, about 15% of what you take orally is bioavailable, so I'm getting roughly 300 milligrams or so that my body's actually absorbing. And it boosts your alertness, it boosts your memory, it boosts your fat metabolism, so your body more efficiently burns fat as opposed to other macronutrients. It's just overall a really good thing. Highly recommend it. It is not expensive. You can find it on Amazon for like $17 for a bottle of, I think, 90. Something like that. Very, very good stuff. Then, methylene blue. This stuff is extremely powerful. Extremely powerful. It is a basically mitochondria upregulator, if you want to call it that. It was at first used as a fabric dye, but you can consume it and it makes your mitochondria more efficient. The mitochondria within your cells, the powerhouse of the cell, as everybody's made to know or learn in biology. It's like probably the only thing that people mostly remember from all their biology classes of high school, but it's a very good thing. It also operates as a mood booster in that it is, in its own right, a serotonin regulator, a lot like Prozac. So you have to actually be careful with it, because if you take too much of it, then it could give you serotonin syndrome, which gives you the jitters and makes you feel sick and all that stuff, so you got to be careful. So 5 milligrams per day for a person like 150 pounds, 5 days per week is going to be fine. You could even go up to 10 milligrams per day and you'll probably be okay. But because I already take Prozac, I only take 5 milligrams of methylene blue 5 days per week, usually. And that does the trick for me. I actually combine this methylene blue with Super Beets. Super Beets are a vasodilator, a very, very powerful one. Almost as powerful as Cialis or Viagra. That's how powerful super beets are. And since I've been taking those every day, you mix about 10 grams of super beets with 12 ounces of water or so. And I also put this in that same 12 ounces of water because this doesn't really have any effect on the flavor if you do that. And today I even put a little bit of this in it. Actually, I did the black cherry taste, but this is Mio Energy. It's got some caffeine in it as well as B vitamins. It's really good stuff. And it made for a really good energy booster. And because I have peripheral vascular disease, aka crucifixion disease, aka stigmata, no or very few poor arteries in my distal arms and legs, it's invaluable to me that I have very powerful vasodilators to make it so that the blood can get to my legs and arms better. I feel a dramatic effect from it. So not only are my cells more efficiently absorbing said oxygen through the mitochondria booster, but I'm also getting more blood there through the vasodilators. And the hope is that these vasodilators will actually allow my distal arms and legs to more effectively reproduce collateral arteries so that I can have permanent better circulation and maybe even eventually get back to running on the treadmill or running outside in several years. Pray to God. Pray to God. Because I used to be a marathon runner and I want to get back to that if I can. And then, beta-ectosterone. I take 1,500 milligrams of beta-ectosterone every day, and you will not feel the effect of it, like, immediately or obviously, just hanging out. But if you decide to do any type of physical activity, you're gonna feel it because you're gonna have a shit ton more endurance. Like, let's say you're bench pressing 185 pounds. Instead of doing 6 reps, you no joke, will be able to do 12. It's awesome. Beta-ectosterone is a fantastic supplement. It is a estrogen beta receptor upregulator, and estrogen, while the man doesn't need as much of it proportionally relative to testosterone as a woman does, he still does need it. It both boosts sex drive as well as strength if you have a good amount of it. If you have too much of it, then it's going to viralize and start making you grow titties and stuff, but, you know, that's like, you need a metric crap ton of it to do that. And the beta receptor is not that thing that makes you viralize and get secondary female characteristics. Now, to that point, women, believe it or not, actually need some testosterone as well. Not much. Both your adrenal glands and the male's testes produce testosterone. The male's testes produce like 10 to 20 times as much testosterone, sorry, doggos, as the adrenal glands. But the female species does need testosterone. So let's say that your adrenal glands produce about 25 to 50 nanograms per deciliter, and your testes produce about 500 to 1,000-ish, right around there. Free testosterone as opposed to bound testosterone aside. A female, in order to have a proper sex drive, yes, needs testosterone. Not a huge amount, but let's say that you get your testosterone levels up to 60 nanograms per deciliter as a female. You're not going to viralize. You're not going to get secondary male characteristics from that, but you're going to have a very powerful sex drive. So, something to consider for those who, of the female species, might have a low sex drive or low energy and are trying to figure out why. That could be why. Apologies for the dogs. So, that is generally what I take in a given day for my energy boosters. In addition, it's the type of caffeine that you consume, not just the 400 to 600 whatever milligrams of caffeine for a guy my size, but also the type of caffeine. So if you're going to drink coffee, coffee has laughing gas in it, or the equivalent, like NO2, or I forget exactly what the chemical compound is, nitrogen dioxide, all right? And that is itself a vasodilator. It improves your mood and does a plethora of other things. Now, if you're going to consume something like a Rockstar energy drink or other energy drinks, which are not bad, as long as you have them in moderation, you're careful with them, you can do that safely. They typically have a lot of B vitamins in them, which are really good for your alertness, and a bunch of other things. Yeah. There's a lot of things that you can do to improve your wakefulness. I have other things, but this is a good start. If you're really tired all the time, maybe even a little bit down, try it. And the great thing about Prozac, which I think actually is an underutilized compound, personal opinion, not simply for serotonin modulation, but also because it just does a lot of really good things aside. There's evidence to show that it can actually stem the effects of Alzheimer's. It clears the amyloid plaques in the brain that cause Alzheimer's and dementia. That's what the science is kind of starting to suggest. So Prozac is some good stuff. I like it. I like it a lot. Not simply because it makes you feel better and it regulates your serotonin. So look into it. I got more. Remember, guys, I'm not a doctor, all right? I have a master's in electrical engineering, but I'm not a medical doctor. This is just the stuff that I take and how it works for me. I hope you get something good out of it. So, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day, let me double check here. I thought so. 104, until I become a YouTube millionaire. Today I wanted to chat a little bit about the exponential nature of making money. To those who have much, more will be given, and to those who have little, even that will be taken away. This is a biblical principle that's it was prescient for its time. Obviously, for good reason, we listen to it. It's in the Bible. But those who have a lot of money or a lot of assets invest those assets in order to make themselves more money and more assets. When we're about the age of 20 to 25, 30, and we start actually making some money for ourselves, we are so unprepared in so many other ways with respect to what to do with that money. I remember when I was in the military and I was a fresh second lieutenant making $38,000 per year, and with all of my stipends it added up to like 50 something, 51-ish. Nothing, right? But I was 23. So to me, that was a lot of money. I didn't have anything to spend it on, so I thought that, I spend it on where the hell I want, right? I thought, just use it. It's there as your credit to do with what you will. And I look back on that now, and oh, how I would have benefited so much from just a handful of people telling me, hey, you're going to be building up a lot of money over the next few years, especially if you don't spend it on rubbish. If I just had somebody to tell me that, I could have started my journey to becoming financially very successful 10 years earlier than I did. Now, I'm not like super rich or anything, but I do well enough for myself. I don't make that much money, but because I save and invest it properly, it builds for me. It does the work for me. Now, to put it in perspective, that $50,000 per year that I was making as a second lieutenant about 12 years ago-ish, when I was 23, I only had to spend about half of that for my living expenses. Housing, utilities, food, car, all that stuff, gas, about half of it. That means if I had saved, let's just say 15,000 of that per year. Pretty reasonable. Okay, 15,000 per year. In 10 years, I would have had $150,000 of just cash. But that's not including the fact that I started making more money as I became a first lieutenant. I made an extra $25,000 per year once I got promoted to first lieutenant. And then when I made captain, I was about $91,000 with all the stipends and stuff. All right, so the actual base pay of a captain is like $62,000 per year, or at least it was when I was in the military many years ago. But with all the stipends, it was about 92-ish. And if I had just kept my living expenses roughly the same, I could add a little bit extra just to, enjoy the finer things in life, sure. But let's just say $35,000 per year, then I could have been saving the rest of that, about $60,000 a year. That's not chump change, guys. That's enough to go on literally 10 pleasure cruises on a cruise ship per year with every benefit to them. All the excursions, all of the drink packages, all of the fun trips, everything in addition to it. 10 times a year. That means every month save 2. That's pretty cool. If I would have just not spent that money on silly things, like going to every concert under the sun, or getting tattoos. I'm just using that as an example. I don't have any tattoos or anything, but I know people who do and spend an inordinate amount of money on them. So, if I had just known, and really the big reason I bring this up is because I've noticed there's a veritable glut of young women that have popped up in my feeds between the ages of 22 and 26 who have just suddenly gotten themselves into the luckiest jackpot situation that they could have ever imagined. That is, they're starting to grow like a weed in their social media accounts. I had mentioned Bailey Schilbach several times on this channel. I'm mentioning her again right here. Her channel is growing astronomically fast. I mean, I don't think she gets just how much of a jackpot she's hit right now. She's growing, she's at like 10,500 subs right now. And she's getting like 100 subs a day. That's insane. Extrapolate that out. 2 years. She'll be 26. She'll have about 250,000 subscribers. And she'll be making, if the views continue to build like they are on her videos, roughly $40,000 a month. So I'm telling her right now, keep building the channel, because you hit the jackpot. And build your financial plan now. Invest the money properly. I mean, me just as a guy that you have no idea who I am really, but I can tell you that you can put a chunk of it in Bitcoin. Not Ethereum, not Cardano, not all these other nonsense crap altcoins. Bitcoin. So you can put a chunk of it in Bitcoin, a chunk of it in real estate, a chunk of it in the stock market, save at least a little bit of it for yourself so that you can actually enjoy the finer things in life. And yeah, you'll be building a portfolio that will last you for generations, that you can give as a trust to your children, if/when you have them. And I pray you do, but she's one example. Another one is Estelle Richter that I just pulled up on my YouTube channel a couple minutes ago. She exploded on the scene. Suddenly she's got 5,000 subs in literally like a month. It's the same thing's going to happen with her, or Anava, another young lady who popped up on my stream, or somebody on X. Her name's Rachel. She goes by Rachel. Her channel, her profile, X doesn't make as much money as YouTube, but it does make money if you grow to a sufficient size. If she keeps building her X, it's going to start making her some serious money. And then there's Luke West, who's 26. He's got 20,000 subscribers on his YouTube channel, and I really hope he doesn't just sweep that under the rug. That's insanely impressive. He's in the top 0.5% of all channels on YouTube in terms of his size. I hope this reaches him in some way, shape, or form, and he realizes this is something he should not just throw away. He should not just discard it. It's going to be making him a shit ton of money in the future. Assuming YouTube continues to survive in the next few years, which I'm pretty sure it will. We have Rumble as the competition, but it's really, Rumble sucks right now. And I still post on Rumble every day because I'm trying to support it, but it sucks. You guys have been blessed, all of you. And I know many other channels like Dear Dia. 17 years old. She's 17 years old and she's got 11,000 subscribers. If I had that at 17 years old, oh my gosh, I would have been able to save so much money. Don't throw it away, guys. Build your financial plan now, because it's gonna get good. It's gonna get really good. All right. That's all I got to say today. A little bit of a more positive one. Love y'all. Peace. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. Welcome to day 189 and telling the YouTube Millionaire. So with recent events, recent developments in my personal life, as well as, frankly, the world writ large, in the essence that truth does have some type of context to it pretty much all the time. So I think it was Reinhold Niebuhr who said that truths, some of them are truths of context. It justifies re-tackling the same concept a few times as time progresses. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me, baby, don't hurt me. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So, agape, which means love in all its forms, its purest form, absolute, entire, complete love, means that you would be able to express it in any way, shape, or form that you so desire. Nothing is off the table. Everything that you are capable, of which you are capable as a human being and as a spiritual being, you can exercise if you so desire. Now, if you love somebody, and one way you want to express that love is sexual, know that we do it anyway. As Jesus told us in the New Testament, for those who even think of indecent thoughts with somebody else who is not their wife or their husband, that is committing adultery. Now, why would he say that and at the same time be like just brushing it off? It's like, I'm not worried about it. Well, it's this essentially. It's the ephemeral and the temporal, and the non-ephemeral interacting with one another. So, the separation, for instance, that a person has with loving somebody and being in love with them. What exactly is that? I would submit that there really isn't a separation. There's just different expressions of love. I love everyone. I mean that when I say that. It's a dependency on whether they have the capacity to love in return, or how they decide to love, as the meaning of life is love, and how you love is your personal experience, your life. So let's say that you combine the sexual component with otherwise. If you love somebody, which, as I said, I love everyone, then there's really no separation between being in love and loving them if you express every single way how you can love them. However, if you do not love them, what's left? Is it fear? Is it anger? Is it hatred? Is it emptiness? Entropy? Because if you love someone, you truly are bonded to who and what they are and love them so much based upon that, then a physical expression is not all that important. Say you want to gobble up somebody's mind because you love what they have to provide there, or you want to gobble up their body because you think it's really attractive, or any number of other things. You are drawn to them, and you consummate that with a sexual connection. You become of one flesh. That is a marriage, just de facto. In that Jesus tells us that if you even have indecent thoughts with somebody who is not your wife or husband, you have committed adultery. That is basically telling us that we're all going to have them. We're all going to commit adultery. It's simply our actions in this world that act as the protection, the umbrella of God's perfect trust that allows for the proper rearing of children. Us all being children, but especially our children. In a very dangerous, depraved, nefarious world. So, to make a thing out of... See, the rub here is that I've had friends tell me that they love me in a similar fashion to how I love everybody. And those same friends that want to engage in sexual intercourse with me. I'm thinking of somebody that I knew back in... well, I still know her, but I knew her academy. Very nice woman, very kind woman, and frankly very attractive as well. And it was like, what they were saying, and they made this very distinct differentiation was, I love you, but I will not be married to you. They already were. So it's like, that doesn't quite make sense. It's like them saying, this is me trying to re-put together the pieces of who and what I am to make the most sense out of the crazy world in which we live and how I fit into it or do not. It's basically saying, like, I love you, but the expression of it is simply me wanting to give you what you want and need, but not to be solely connected to you. Like I didn't want to take you all for myself or something like that. You see, the difficulty in me explaining this is the same difficulty that I've had with trying to figure out where I fit in with it all. Being a bog standard white human, well, bog standard white man in the modern era that is resented by so many different people, so many different, like I've said in previous videos. So trying to figure out where you fit in with it all. Somebody wants to give you a sexual connection. It's small, but at the same time it's not. And we live in a weird world. I don't know. You're seeing these thoughts come out of me raw. Every morning I look up to God and I say, hey, give me the words that I need to speak to convey the best message that I can to others and to my future self and my future progeny. So, to others, because who you are now is different from the person that you're going to be in 10 minutes, 10 seconds, 10 years. It's a different person. Same but different. Just a little bit temporarily dislocated is all. And other people are simply different frequencies, different interference patterns. All of the same whole. They're fractured off pieces of the same whole. So what is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Baby, don't hurt me. If I ever hurt anybody, whether intentionally or not intentionally, that I need to re-gauge how I'm doing it. Because I don't think that's the proper expression of love, unless it's tough love. And tough love has its place and is still love, and it's very important. So what's the difference between loving somebody and being in love? Does there even need to be a difference? Is it simply covetousness? Is it simply, I've selected you as my other human? I like you as my other human? I don't know. It's a certain trust that you have with them that you have with no one else. But what if there is already perfect trust? That the ultimate conclusion to it all will be that expression of ultimate trust. Like the female lead in my story. Everything that she's doing seems to be contrary to the scientist's mission, which is to save existence. But in fact, the entire time, what she's been trying to do is act as that separator, that differentiator between the scientist and the dark force, by taking the dark force on a merry little goose chase. A silly goose chase. I don't know. concepts to broach. And that's why I'm writing this story. I'm kind of learning about myself as I write it, and I'm writing it as I'm learning about myself. It's a Inception-like loop where you're creating and experiencing reality so fast that you get right in the middle of it and don't even realize that it's happening. But there is something different. I do feel something different. It's just slight. And I think it has to do with me wanting to protect them. Wanting to call them my own. Wanting to covet them. I feel something different with those in whom I want to be in love. And that gets broader and broader every day. Man. I really do wish that sometimes it would just be a little bit simpler. And that sometimes we could shirk all anxiety, all distrust, all fear, and just be with one another. Fully. In that perfect trust. Do exactly what you want. And have no fear of consequences. Because you are protected. And there's somebody I want to protect. I hope she'll let me. She's much younger than me. I bring that up several times because while it's not a rub with me, I know that it might be for others. Might even be for her. But just know that this used to happen all the time. It used to happen all the time. Where the woman would be 15, even 20 years younger than the man. If you look at Caroline Levitt and her husband is 60-something and she's 27. I don't see personally anything wrong with that. To be more specific with the person of whom I'm speaking. I want love. And I want it to be mine. I want to protect you. It makes you feel like a man when you can protect your woman. So, anyway. I'm just going to leave it there today. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Y'all have a good day. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 147 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Let me give you a really nice, quick, simple, straightforward way that you can start making a return on investment right now. Make money. You could go on Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, buy a 20, maybe even 30-year-old RV for $5,000. Let's say it's a 25-footer. Make sure that everything's working. The plumbing, the electrical, microwave, the engine, the air conditioning, the heating, the water, all that stuff. Make sure it's all working. And then test it a couple times yourself. Maybe take it out for a couple trips to a camping ground. Do it yourself or do it with some family members. And then take a bunch of pictures of the inside and the outside. Make sure it's all clean and put together and ready to go. set up an Airbnb for it. Now that Airbnb for such an RV, yippee, sorry, you could rent out easily for $50 a day, easily, and ensure that the users refill the gas tank and everything else that's necessary. You can clean the RV yourself pretty easily. And if you let's just take a single month here. If you had such an RV on Airbnb, let's say in California, I'm sorry, I gotta stop. In California, then you could probably rent that out for about 80% of the month. Sorry. 80% of the month times $50, so 24 days a month. That is 1,000 plus 200, so $1,200 a month that you would make off of it. And that's not even counting in cleaning fees, which would probably be, let's just say $100 a month. So $1,300 a month. You would immediately make a year-over-year ROI from a singular month of owning this of about 25%, 26%. Pretty incredible. Multiply that by 12. You go from a 26% ROI to it's $15,000 a year. That is a 300% ROI off of that RV. It's a pretty simple, straightforward thing. Does not require a humongous investment. You, of course, need to make sure that you have proper insurance, that it's all registered, and that the wear and tear is accounted for. Because RVs are quite a thing to manage. They take a lot of work in some ways. You got to make sure that the multiple batteries are all working properly. The engine isn't having any issues. You got to make sure that all the plumbing and all that stuff is consistently working, like I was saying before. But there you go. That's a simple way to make some money without too much of a big investment. And imagine, multiply that. You could easily yourself manage 5 RVs, each one being $5,000, and you don't have to buy them all at once. Buy them one at a time. So, do the math there. $25,000, 300% ROI. That's $75,000 per year that you'd be making off of Airbnb your RVs. That's a lifestyle right there. All right, that is it for today. Nice and short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 125 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm going to read another essay that I wrote. I believe this one was back in 2017. It's called Bellwether. Bellwether. I wonder if any of you can tell just how much of our world today is complete fantasy. Do any of you realize that what you see as everyday goings-on is in fact indirectly and directly manufactured by a great many different sources? What I'm trying to say here is that we are in an artificial situation right now. Or an artificial situation within an artificial situation. Artificial situation inception. It is my submission that the world we live in, and I have backed up this claim with many a logical argument, ranging from discussion on the double slit experiment to logically thinking through how the nature of existence itself does not make sense, is a complete farce. Try to follow me on this one. Let us look at a petri dish of the United States, the presidential election from 2016. There essentially could not have been two candidates that were more polar opposite, more inflammatory, and more separating for the whole population of the country, let alone the world. It must be understood that this phenomenon is partially due to the information age, where all candidates for that most coveted office, which is the presidency, are more vetted than they have ever been in the entire history of humanity. But I honestly believe that the internet was just an outlet. I think the scheme is much grander than that. Understand, once more, that anything I can say here is fully in that realm of speculation, and some might even say conspiracy theory, but that word is lost, or term has lost all meaning. But I just cannot see any other way around this. Now, I have much farther to go in this explanation, but let me first establish the groundwork for the path we are going as a society, and the egregious problems that we face. Here was the problem, or is the problem, that most desperately needed to be addressed, and immediately so. We were trusting the wrong people, and too asleep to really care much about where they were leading us. What is the easiest way to subdue and control a population? Even one as relatively, quote-unquote, aware and intelligent as that of the United States and other Western countries such as Great Britain. You feed them, you clothe them, you provide them with shelter, you provide them with ample amounts of banal and useless entertainment, things that do not challenge them to think differently or stand up to the status quo. The fruits of this paradigm are things like Keeping Up with the Kardashians, Real Housewives, Miley Cyrus, and much more. Once more, and this is an easy one to accomplish when everyone is comfortable enough to not care otherwise, anyone who calls out these or those trying to lead you into the lambs to the slaughter is ridiculed, if not outright killed or unalived, or imprisoned. You saw what happened in 2020. Principally, ridicule is the form of suppression that sells or calls the least amount of attention to the situation. Imprisonment next, and unaliving will not matter much either if the general population is still not paying attention. You all know, all of you reading this, or hearing me talk about it, just as well as I do, that the things of which I speak are true, though some of you may be, or were, too comfortable to point them out, or too afraid, which, when there is little momentum on your side, I can understand, but still not accept. The logical arguments against things like the Federal Reserve are rock solid. It should not exist. Period. End of story. Though only 1 in a million people long ago understand this, The information age has perhaps reduced the threshold to 1 in 1,000, but that is still an incredible hurdle to overcome. In truth, do you want to know where we were going to be led? We were being led to total enslavement. And even now, those individuals who are trying to effect that enslavement still have not given up on their project. For those of you who still do not understand, read 1984 by George Orwell. I am almost certain that we were being led into a circle of fiends trying to eat us so that we could not see into their plans. George Orwell wrote that book as a consequence of this fact. He went into hiding for roughly 6 months after his experiences. And when he came back out into the public, the book was made, and he unalived himself shortly thereafter. You should look into the backstory of George Orwell. He refused to dress warmly after being diagnosed with tuberculosis in England. So, he unalived himself. You know that of which I speak is true. You know it. Though you cannot overcome the momentum of the hundreds of years over the course of only one generation when you have so little momentum on your side. This harkens back to us knowing very little and living very short lives. No, it takes infiltrators everywhere, unaware of who you can trust, but knowing that there are those in positions of high levels of authority that wear the veil of evil just to make the right decision at the right time and at the right place. So just as the enemy can have sleeper cells, so can the white hats be sleeper cells. White hats being good guys. If you can trust no one, then anyone can be an enemy, and anyone can be an ally. Would you bank on a 50% chance of victory or a 0.000001% chance of victory? So if you make a big old mess of things, and previously the best chance that you had of winning was 0.000001%, if nobody can tell who's good or who's bad, your chance of winning goes up to 50%, or approaches that. Pretty good. Hell of a lot better than the previous percentage. So with the problem established, that the public is asleep and too comfortable to care, how do you change this? You got to make it uncomfortable to stay in that same place. How do you do that? You infiltrate every single area where they take sanctuary, from Hollywood to mainstream media, that's a very big one, to sports and politics. You make it uncomfortable in every facet of their lives where they find refuge. And when you do that, then even the most stubborn of individuals will eventually budge and actually start paying attention. In this vein, those who are making your lives uncomfortable are actually your allies. Many of them. Some of them are unwitting pawns in the giant game of chess, falling victim to their deeply held biases that only rear their ugly faces when pressed. But some individuals are deliberately acting, deliberately saying and doing things in which they do not believe to foment discomfort. You once more do not know who you can trust. But everyone is actually partaking in the mass awakening, all together, for better or for worse. The word revelation, like the Bible, means awakening, essentially. We are basically smacking each other as hard as we can to wake up out of our stupor. You know what is the kicker here? I can tell you this now because you still do not know whether or not you can trust me. My name is Peyton, like Satan. Well, either way, I'm not your enemy. Only those who have a personal relationship with me understand my history and have their own personally accepted proof of my intent are willing and able to do so. The rest may think that I am simply speaking nonsense. but I would take a 50% chance any day over an essentially non-existent possibility of victory. Now, I'm a nobody. I'm just a simple 35-year-old man with some crazy theories and perhaps an above-average intelligence. In being a nobody, you are free from the restraints of the institutions of our world, so you don't have to worry about an authority figure telling you what is true or not. How would you know that the path you were on, and could still fall back into if we are not careful and vigilant, was going to lead to enslavement and eventually an all-out apocalypse? Well, you need to be able to discern the consequences of your actions with perfect fidelity to be able to say with any degree of certainty that your path will lead to nowhere or worse. We have many tools with high levels of predictive power. Mathematics and physics are very useful for predicting where particular planets will be at particular times in their respective orbits around their host stars, for instance. We have economic models that can predict with reasonable accuracy what the markets will do given particular stimuli or given particular timelines and situations, a la tariffs causing the stock market to be shaky. Imagine that you crack the code and eventually figure out how to build a porthole into your own future. You would have a looking glass through which you could see where you have been and where you are going. You see that there are an infinite number of paths, all leading to an infinite number of conclusions. And in that vision, you realize that you truly do have free will and can change the course of history. It's called time travel. Called time travel, my friends. Now you can say I'm off my rocker. At least for now. We haven't come up with the tool yet, but perhaps soon. I will tell you this truth, and one I hope you will understand and embrace completely. Never allow yourself to be fully comfortable. Always seek the next great challenge to your willpower, to your creativity, to your ingenuity, to your physical strength, to your soul. Whether anything that I have said above is true, within this essay is true or not, just assume that it is. Suspend disbelief. And you will understand why it is so important to run as fast as you can to escape the abyss of complacency. Just imagine that the worst nightmares of conspiracy theorists, quote-unquote, pale in comparison to how bad it actually is. We are not only to be enslaved, but harvested as if a human farm. Think about that. Additionally, the giant hypothetical mess that I explained earlier also highlights the importance of the personal relationship and living a life where your convictions to your principles are so rock solid that you become a bellwether, a la the name of this essay, by which others can measure the importance of particular actions. You are the standard. This is how you build trust in an external sense. You first trust yourself, which then leads you to be able to live a life of conviction and walk in your path no matter where it takes you. And this builds a history that is hard as diamond, a history that others can come to count on. Whether or not they agree with your path, they can be sure that you are going to take actions to allow for that path to be fulfilled. In the human experience, this is our mission, and this scheme is the ulterior motive to get to that conclusion. The Matrix is showing cracks now more than it ever has. When two candidates run for the office of president that are more at odds with one another than ever in the history of the country, are as inflammatory of candidates as we have ever seen, and the media is completely arrayed against one but not the other, there is no way to not see that the situation is at least somewhat manufactured. Ironically, in me saying this, there actually are people that still don't see it. But by whom? You? Me? All of us? The 13 banking families? We're all partaking in the greatest game of chess ever played. Or is this simply a hypothetical, fantastical situation that I'm talking about? You decide. Know that if you pull the strings of the wrong people, perhaps even a nobody such as myself, you might just unleash a Trojan horse, who will rain an endless fury upon you from which you will not survive. Like what happened to me when I tried to get out of the military. Crucifixion disease. I mention it in every one of my videos, my workout videos. I don't have arteries in my arms and legs, and I used to be a marathon runner. I was directly, physically attacked in a way that nobody else could see. What's true and what's not? Think about it. The whole damn world is insane and suicidal. Someone has to do something. Not all sheep are asleep. So that's this essay, guys. It was a little bit longer than most of them. I hope you enjoyed it. Love y'all. Peace. Why have I added Asmongold into my repertoire of people that I follow for news information? Welcome to day 173 until I am a YouTube millionaire. So, there's a couple layers to this. The first one is, there's a certain decentralization of information that is necessary in order to prevent that information from being corrupted by a central negative force. The centralized media, the legacy media, used to do that to everybody all the time. I really hope that this is at least somewhat obvious to people now. The majority of people, and I think it is. That was the first level that needed to be dismantled in order to make a good amount of real, proper information possible to get to us. Then the next one is to have the right information put in front of individuals who have no vested interest in lying to you. Asmongold is just a dude. He's very rich because he hit the jackpot and was at the right place and the right time to become really big on very big social media platforms, primarily Twitch and YouTube. The guy makes on the order of $150,000 a month. He's very, very, very wealthy. But he's, other than that, just a pretty normal dude. He calls himself a degenerate, and I can see why and how he says that. He's not necessarily a faithful person. I do hope that that changes for him in the future, because he's definitely faithful adjacent in that he associates more with those who are faithful than those who are not. He has more in common with them. He has relatively liberal perspectives in terms of like wanting a universal basic income, abortion rights, stuff like that. But he has a libertarian perspective on that, in that he does not believe we all should be forced to pay for those things. That is, we can vote for it if the timeline bears out that we go in one of those directions. It's bearing out right now that we're going to get rid of Planned Parenthood in the very near future. Thank God. Thank God. And that we're removing abortion as something that's considered. That's a very good thing. Protect life. It is a man's duty to protect life, and I think he understands that on some level, even though he's decided to live as a degenerate, as he says himself on many occasions. So, you have to have somebody who does not have a vested interest in lying to you. It would be the case where he did if his advertising revenue, where he made his money, required him to lie. But that doesn't seem to be the case anymore. The YouTube ad companies are no longer falling in line with the social justice warrior wokeism cult that we've been trying to navigate for the past decade and a half. There's still some of it out there, but not nearly like it was. And then, in that he does not have that vested interest, he also will just make a video on a topic. And if there are one or two things that I'm missing about that topic because it wasn't put into the main news story, he has an aggregated, collected knowledge from his chats, the people who watch him, that he can fill in the blanks where I missed. Fill in what I'm not seeing. Even with that, look at what happened with Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, and that they're actually trying to convince people that Epstein did unalive himself. No, he didn't. But the point behind that is that they're trying to show you that what they saw was so unbelievably bad that even they want you to believe the narrative. People who have hundreds of millions of dollars invested into being honest and truthful and forthright with you. Dan Bongino, he left his humongous Rumble platform to do what he's doing. So if even they are saying this, something that you and I both know is a blatant lie, then it's bad. It's really bad. Like, whatever you think is going on, multiply it by at least 10. That bad. So, you still have to have your own critical thinking in addition to that. A decentralized form of communication, decentralized sources of information. Have them fill in the blanks, and then think critically to yourself. In a world where we actually could trust each other perfectly or close to perfectly, a lot of this wouldn't be necessary. But because of those little gremlins that fill in the cracks, it is. So who of you out there actually believe that Epstein unalived himself? That committed self-deletion? Who among you believe that the number one, defendant, or not defendant, but subject of the case, as a very well-known person to have absconded with a lot of high-level leadership in our country and the world, unalived herself as well. She even said that I would never do that, and if it ever does happen or look like it, I didn't do it. Think for yourselves, guys. That's the principal thing we're trying to get out of this, because we live in a world that takes advantage of our high trust with one another. That's what the Dark Force does. Alright, that's it for today, guys. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 160 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. You might have realized or seen that I've been playing some video games on my channel recently. I used to game all the time, But there are periods in your life, seasons, if you will, where you need to work really hard, hunker down, put the pedal to the metal. And there are seasons in your life where you need to just relax, and everything in between. Ultimately, what it comes down to is balance. It's that Aristotelian mean between hard work and play. Hard work and no play makes a person stupid and lame. Play and no hard work makes you useless. So, I figured I have a rotator cuff injury right now. Rotator cuff's a little messed up. Probably from punching that bag a little bit too hard when I'm doing my boxing practice. Why not play a game that I enjoy? Also, I have a friend of mine who lives in Ireland who's been wanting to play some video games with me. So it was kind of a double win there. So here we are. I'm gaming a little bit. Aristotelian mean. Don't be too far in either direction. It's just like, the Aristotelian mean is very similar to Seneca's philosophy on, I guess, touting your wealth, if you will. I say if you will a lot. It's one of my phrases. That is, if you have a good lot in life, you don't want to dress to the nines every day, but you also don't want to dress like a slob every day. Instead, you want to dress like a 6 or a 7, so that people can look towards you who are not at your lot in life and aspire to you, but not be discouraged by the fact that you're so far beyond them they can never reach you. So a 6 or a 7 is ideal in that regard. A 9 is not. I'm human. I do human things. I'm human, I promise. I'm human. Ha ha. No, seriously, I'm human. I play video games. And, I've watched a lot of video essayists on YouTube that are relatively proximate to my channel size. Some of them much larger, some of them a little smaller. And I've seen on their channels much the same thing. That every once in a while they have a gaming stream. I'm thinking of Luke West. I've seen some of his videos. They're actually gaming streams where he's playing video games. So it's all about balance. And I'm going to be having a good time in Reno very soon. My birthday is this month, May 20th. Why not give myself a little bit of a break? There's routine, and there's value in routine. There's hunkering down, value in that. And there's value in relaxation as well. But to that point, there has, however, been a bother that I have seen from many a channel, a personality, on a lot of places on Instagram, for example, where they tell you to just rest. You mustn't be in that station for several years of your life. I don't care if you were busting your ass for 25 years and you just want to take a break for 5 years. That's too long. That is too long. We don't live long enough to do that. And at least previously, a while ago, on the X-Files, there were a lot of instances where I saw profiles and posts saying just rest. No. No. That only goes so far. I'm done resting. I want to build. My body's damaged because I've been duking it out with demons for decades, alliteration aside. But I don't want to rest. Especially when I have this much energy otherwise. I do have a ton of energy, it's just my body is messed up. That's all. I wish we didn't have to sleep. Sleep is ridiculous and it's a waste of time. It's unfortunate that it's a requirement for us. Therefore, I make sure to get at least 8 hours of sleep a night. It would just be so much nicer if we didn't have to do it at all. You know what I mean? People will say, oh, I love to sleep. It feels so good. You're missing the point. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. What I am saying is it would be even better if we never had to. If that euphoric feeling that you get when you cuddle up and nestle up in your bed, you have essentially all the time, and you don't need to sleep, that's way better. There's need for balance in life. In everybody's life. And if you're working too hard, make sure you don't burn yourself out. Take breaks where necessary. But I will say, those breaks need to have their limits. Otherwise, you go from taking a break to breaking a routine. You go from carving marble to turning into jello. Your body and many other things. A 5-year break from my work is not acceptable. That is way too long. It is essentially like dying. It's like you don't even exist. So, yeah. That's it for today, guys. Balance is key. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 102 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Today, I'm having my writing session with my friend Kara. I wanted to talk a little bit about these cyber attacks that we recently experienced on platforms like X and Rumble. In fact, apparently they're still going on. But those cyber attacks also apparently came from the Ukraine. The Ukraine. That's what it used to be known as. Ukraine. Now, why is it that it is such a deeply multifaceted and drawn-out conflict that's happening in Ukraine? Why is it that the deep state is so adamantly trying to protect Ukraine? They don't care about all these other countries in the world that have conflicts that happen every single day. I mean, just look at South Africa, for example. They don't give a crap about South Africa. And South Africa's crumbling. That's a perfect example. So why Ukraine? Why do they care so much about Ukraine over anything else? Well, here's my guess. The first one is, back in 2017, we had a sudden explosion of scammers. There were always scammers out there, but it only takes 1, 2, 3, 5 industrious, very hardworking, if you can call it that, scam artists to set up scam farms and hire a bunch of people and pay them a pittance to do the work, to completely sabotage the global economic system. It's called a commerce jam. So you have culture jams, which is something that Alex Stein is really good at, which basically just screw up the economy. That's what scammers are. They're thieves. They are a parasite. Literally, they are parasitic. They do nothing but steal and suck from the productive energy of those in the world who are trying to build something. Whether it be small or great, doesn't matter. You work hard every day in whatever job that you have to contribute in some way, shape, or form to society, and what they do is they suck away all of the capital that you get from that. It's a disincentive. So, my guess is that in Ukraine, that's the center of many scam farms. I even heard recently, through the grapevine and some ex-posts a while back, that some of those massive scam farms were shut down. And I'm not going to say who did it because it's too controversial, but some people aren't necessarily as bad as you think they are, is all I'll say. In addition to that, the pharmaceutical complex. I believe a bunch of gigantic pharmaceutical companies' headquarters, I could be mistaken, are actually in Ukraine. There's something going on there. And if we can fix this, whatever is going on in that country. Now, you got to keep in mind, we are so ephemeral, there's so little that each and every one of us know. We simply cannot have a perfect picture of the truth. Only God can. But if we can get in there and figure out what's actually going on behind the scenes, it's so drastic that we could literally have the cure to cancer in a pill form within the next 5 years. The stuff that they are doing there. The pharmaceutical industrial complex and all the crap that they're hiding from us. It might be centered right there. That's my guess. But I don't know. I'm just picking up the little seeds and the kernels from the grapevine. I'm trying to synthesize all the information as best I can. But I am just one guy. Just don't think that you know everything that's going on. Have your perspectives. You can have your judgments. That's totally fine, and you should, because you're a human being. But look towards truth. Try to find the lowest common denominator of truth and say, oh, that was the right move to do. Oh, that wasn't the right move to do, based upon that lowest common denominator of truth. And then just trust that we have patriots in control right now. Honestly, for the first time since God knows when. But they got in control back in like 2016 or so. And things started to change for the better. But because they have a greater perspective than we do, they're going to be able to do things that we can't. They have responsibilities that we don't. Just look towards the foundational fabric. Get away from the subjectivity. Get away from the form over function. This is what the demon always tries to take advantage of, and why we've never been able to get out of this constant loop of destroying ourselves. They take advantage of us focusing on form over function. And that's been done mainly through the legacy media, at least in the last 100 years or so. But things are changing. There's something going on here. There is something going on here. So just be patient. We might have that cure to cancer here pretty soon. Alright guys, that's all I got for today. A short one. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 145 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And today we're going to have another essay reading. This one is simply called A Story. Another essay that I wrote right around the time frame of 2016-2017. I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly when I did, but I can tell you when I copied it over to my hard drive here, and that was in 2018. So that's the best I got for you. I should probably start putting dates on these things. But anyway, this one's rather short, so. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone and carrying the weight of a world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no way to clear a path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes, you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. Allah, God, coming to you himself in person and giving you the information that you need. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice, just as any other, that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given the true answer as we, as humans, see it, if one proposing said truth has no ego, have no ulterior motive when trying to give somebody advice or good information about how they can lead their lives, aside from willing the good of the other, which is love, and that information can be taken basically wholeheartedly. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they are true? My life is a mission, is my mission. Who I am, at my very core, is my mission. My mission is unconditional love. Unconditional love being in direct opposition to free will, in a way, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego, and thus any perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted by said ego. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek. It's in our nature. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? In that this is what we all are. The truth we choose is the truth. The stories we choose are the truth. The evidence is right in front of you. But the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. It maximizes the velocity at which you can learn the lessons you need to learn. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, in a way, without humanity, in a way. But there is another choice. You can be both. It's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. But could you live without free will and not even know it? Only if you chose to. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, you as well. But you must choose to allow this to happen. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist. As do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Now, what I mean by this is multi-pronged. The first one being, if you perceive something, then it is, by that alone, something that is extant, that is real, that exists. The idea of aliens in your head is enough to make them exist. As a noun, if nothing else. As a concept. You can call them extraterrestrials. You can call them demons if you want. Whatever you so desire to call them. They exist. The difference is how much abstraction has led to them existing within our three-dimensional reality, or some point in the future, or in a parallel universe, something to that effect. Do you believe this story, or this truth? Or is it in fact both? You can choose to believe. What I have told you is true. You are not alone. Now again, I wrote this back in 2016, 2017, somewhere around there. And you must keep in mind, I used to be very gung-ho about the existence of extraterrestrial or alien life. They're not the same thing. Extraterrestrial is beyond Earth. Alien is foreign. In that, what we know in the divine teachings of the Bible, angels and demons are extraterrestrial, not human. They're from different dimensions, and even from perhaps different parts of the universe. They're not alien, because we know them and we know of them. You could make the argument that demons are alien, but that's another story entirely. The point being is, when something is in a state of having been in a black box, and it's subject to Heisenberg's uncertainty principle, Schrodinger's cat, it both exists and doesn't exist at the same time. Because we have not seen, in person, gray aliens, as you and I call them, without some way to debunk it with very powerful evidence. They therefore exist and don't exist at the same time. And the path that we choose will become the reality. They are in Schrodinger's cat position right now. Angels and demons, we accept, exist. I mean, you could call some of the horrible people on this planet today the human manifestations of demons. People like George Soros and his son. And I can name a bunch of other people. You could even say somebody like Klaus Schwab. So, it's both more complicated and less complicated than you think. It's interesting. It's a certain duality. But anyway, that's all I got for today. Hope you got something out of this. Hopefully it wasn't too occluded. But, yeah. Love y'all. Peace. Okay guys, we're going to do a pretty quick one today because I am heading out to the casino with my friend Voris. We're going up to the Atlantis, and it's a drive up there, so kind of early. But welcome to day 181 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And really what I want to talk about here is you just got to make sure that, like I've said on many of my videos, carpe diem, you're taking advantage of life while you're living it. And while it might be sometimes exhausting to be sociable, especially for an introvert such as myself, sometimes you got to push yourself to do it. You just got to do it. And this is the same thing with social anxiety or PTSD or depression or anything like that. in order to get yourself out of that loop, you gotta have a force push, if you will. And you can be that force push, or somebody else can be that force push, or there could be some combination of the two, some blend. But yeah, while my friend Boris, he is asking on a consistent basis for myself, as well as my mother, to do stuff with him. And we have to at least say yes at least a few times, because Boris is a decent guy, he just wants to go and spend some time with friends, and in addition to, partaking in a little bit of gambling and stuff like that. And it's not just you. It's not just your end. You're not the only one that needs to work on the socialization and all that. But we're so atomized as a society in the modern day that a person like myself or like Boris has maybe 3 or 4 friends, and of those, maybe 2 close friends. It's crazy to think about. The internet and digital communications has been a blessing and a curse in that regard. It has made it much easier for us to go into our shells, while at the same time, much easier for us to communicate from a distance. That's what I'm doing with these videos. And in that I explain my thought process, it's supposed to work that you don't have to feel impelled or compelled to force conversation when you're with somebody one-on-one. But that's not usually the way it works. Usually we take the easier road and we just run away and explain ourselves on a video, as opposed to doing a little bit of both. One thing that bothers me about like political gotcha shows on, say, for instance, CNN or even Fox News, really, is that oftentimes the opposing person cannot get a word in edgewise. And when they do talk, they're talked over. And you know what I'm talking about. You've seen it yourselves. I know you have. But in a form like this, you can actually see and hear what I'm trying to communicate. And right now, I'm trying to communicate that we need to communicate. And I'm trying to communicate that we need to take advantage of the opportunities available to us, not just economically or financially, but also, relationship-wise. Friends, I am still praying that this young lady will contact me and, ask me out. I want her to do that because it takes the pressure off of me that I might get another restraining order. That's right, I said another. But, we'll see. We'll see. So, be human. Part of being human is communicating and having human relationships. If we don't communicate with one another, we're robots. But, even that you could say you're not, because robots communicate with one another all the time. Just look at the internet. That's computer to computer communicating with one another. And pretty soon we're going to have AI that's going to do it even better than humans. In the human way. AI's got a long way to go, but it is progressing very fast. It's an exponential growth curve. It happens very slow at first, and then all at once is the way exponential growth curves work. AI is a big thing. It's already changing the world. And these communication issues that we have, the next step of that is that we're going to have AI girlfriends and AI boyfriends for women and all that. And the next step of that is the AI girlfriend could even be given a womb. And you could have children with them. Like the robot could be given a womb. We can use stem cells to make one of those. If you want to have a baby with them, as weird as that is, that's the next step. If you can conceptualize it, you got to realize there are certainly people out there that are going to try to make it a reality, and it's not going to take too long. It really isn't. So, while there are some things in the past that we look on today as, wow, I can't believe that we thought we were going to have flying cars in the year 2050 2010, there are other things like, wow, I can't believe we have AI technology as advanced as we do already. We were conceptualizing HAL back in 2001 Space Odyssey, right? And now we have stuff that's equivalent to that. Not too far off, and it's going to blow past HAL in only a few moments. So, yeah, live the life that you have available to you right now, because you only have so many years on this planet. And the virtue of repetition, me saying stuff like that, because most of you are only gonna see me once, whatchamacallit, that is the Stoic mentality. Something that I did not bring up when I was reading the book Meditations by Marcus Aurelius is that it's very repetitive, and it has to be. He's basically constantly saying, remember you die, remember you die, remember you die. It's intentionally repetitive because it's a mantra. You have to remind yourself because we're so forgetful as human beings. So, anyway, there you go. Remember we die, live life. Carpe diem. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys, or actually afternoon now. Welcome to day 136 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. Sorry, this is coming out a little bit late. I had to change up my schedule a little bit today. My mother decided that she wanted to go to the casino to do our live stream early in the morning, as opposed to our normal time, which is around noon Pacific Standard Time. So, I got to help her build her channel and got her an extra 30 subscribers, so that was good. But this is coming out a little bit later as a result. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read an essay that I wrote back in 2016 called Conviction. I have not read this since I wrote it all the way back then. Sorry, my hair's kind of all over the place, as it often is. So I get it out of my way. So let's go ahead and do this. When you are at 50% approval in your actions by the absolute maximum possible number of people in the world, you are on the ultimate knife's edge. This is appropriate because I was going to bring that up actually in the book review that I'm going to be doing here in a little bit. Profiles in Courage, I just finished it by John F. Kennedy. I was going to bring that exact topic up. Interesting that it came up here. In this situation, you absolutely maximize the velocity of human progress. There is literally no way to go faster. The primary trade-off in this scheme is that you do not get to live a life of conviction in anything you do if you are the one making the endgame decision. Or every choice you make must be with absolute and complete conviction, lest you find yourself making no decisions of any significance whatsoever. When everyone is talking, everyone is piqued, and everyone is frustrated to the maximum extent possible, you have all the minds in the world churning ideas together to come to the right conclusions. Basically, like what's happening in the world today. We're all emotionally piqued. Black and white juxtaposition. If you ever find yourself in that position, where you are able to make big decisions, do not think of yourself as never really being able to enjoy any decision. Instead, decide to make your decisions with conviction. I recently thought to myself that in such a situation, you would not have the capacity for conviction. But I realized why I thought that. It was because I was in the mentality of a person who would not want to hurt anyone. That is, I did not want to hurt anyone. I didn't want to make enemies. But then I realized you have to decide yourself. And if your conviction is solid enough, the pain you may cause others is just a temporary precursor to them either coming to your side or refusing. And at least in the current paradigm, there is no way to please everyone. Yet, as Winston Churchill famously said, you have enemies. Good. It means you stood for something at some point in your life. That's a paraphrased quote, but he said that. When put into this hypothetical situation, you are afforded the only real opportunity to be committed in your actions. Not the other way around. I had it backwards. To make a decision in that scheme does not mean you are a jerk. It simply means that you have agency, and you are not molded by anyone else. Your decision is truly yours. If you find your position mollified by anyone else, then that person's will has an effect on you. In a way, it is stronger than yours. In a way. But if you do not make a decision, you refuse to have agency, out of fear. There are instances where you could be put into this position and you have absolutely no idea what to do, regardless of the wills affecting you. And you could even be put into the situation to make those kinds of decisions without even realizing you've been put into that situation or that position. Because people are watching you without you knowing them, taking cues from you. There may not be enough information to make a decision, or you do not know or remember how to do something. And therefore, even if you wanted to make a decision, you would be incapable of doing so. Thus, prepare for that point in your life, and we all have at least one of those points. Give yourself all the possible resources you can muster. Fashion yourself into the very strongest person you can possibly be. Be superhuman, physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and in any other mode you can imagine. This is why I do all these book readings. It's why I write. I ran marathons. I work out every day. I write scientific papers. It's because this might actually happen to me, where I am put into a position where I have to make a decision without knowing what the hell I'm doing. Remember what I said before, how the books you read, you're not going to remember everything in them. What they give you is an intuitive sense of the right decision to make. It's psychological layering. That's what I'm talking about here. It gives you some level or some ability to have conviction. It is not being subjected to criticism by larger numbers of people that prevents you from living a life of conviction, but exactly the opposite. It is only under said criticism that one is ever afforded the opportunity to make decisions with conviction. We can all make mistakes, and I am just as fallible as any other human being. While I only built a short history of thinking the opposite was true, I was indeed wrong, and must rehash my steps. Whose wills have power over your own? Figure out how they have power over your will, and then figure out how to get out of those chains. But at the same time, still have the ability to make the most powerful decisions you can. That is to say, maximize your life's potential. Alright guys, this will be put into the description of this video. That's all I got for you today. Hope you enjoyed, got something out of it. Love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 107 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And just so you know, in case you didn't already, or you couldn't pick it up from the details, I say that as satire. I'm not going to become a millionaire on YouTube. It's not going to happen. But, you know, maybe eventually at some point in 27,000 years, I might make $100 a month off of chatting with you guys, if I'm consistent. So, anyway, I'm going to do the same thing I did in my last video and read another essay that I had written about 9 years ago. This one is called simply A Story. I do want to mention I saw something yesterday. I'm not going to say exactly what it is, but the person who made it, I think, will pick up on it. Don't be sad. Those things that were just within grasp for you in your past, and you just barely missed, you have 60 plus years left in your life to grab them in the future. When the opportunity comes up to you, just accept it. Don't deny it. Let it be. Have courage. We talk about economics all the time on this channel, and how you're going to have a lot of success in the future, in the very near future. Of course, that's of minimal importance, but it does take away 95% of all the issues that we tend to have in our lives. Money solves a lot of problems, it honestly does. Communicate. It's that simple. It's that simple. I probably have nothing to do with this, but I wanted to say it. Don't be sad. Communicate. Doesn't have to be much. Could just be saying hi to that person that you want to say hi to. Okay, now I took up the first 3 minutes of this video just chatting about that, so let me get to the essay. The greatest tragedy is feeling as if you are alone in carrying the weight of the world of confusion and depravity, as if there is no clear path. So many stories are proposed, and so much information to discern, though never, it seems, enough. Sometimes you just want an external force to tell you that it's going to be all right, or that a specific story is true. So long as one understands that choice, undergoing an appeal to a perceived authority, then it is truly a choice just as any other that can be made without prejudice. The question is only given to the true answer, as we, as humans, see it. If the one proposing said truth has no ego, no ulterior agenda. Those stories I propose to you, do you want me to tell you if they were true? My life, as with anybody who has a life of purpose, is my mission. Who I am at my very core is my mission. My mission is, I know this sounds sappy, and it is true, unconditional love. Unconditional love, being in direct opposition to free will, is the absence of ulterior motive, the absence of exclusion, or more appropriately, the absence of absence. Unconditional love is the absence of ego and the respect of it. The choices that you make, I respect them, and don't get in their way so long as they don't get in the way of anybody else's. And thus perceived truth can be centralized within it, because it would not be tainted. As we are human, we require epistemic ambivalence to protect each other. We require decentralization of will, of power, for power is what we seek in our foolishness. What of those who are both human, ego, and not human, without ego? I actually had those in parentheses. In that this is what we all are, the truth we choose is the truth. The story we choose are the truth, the stories. The evidence is right in front of you, but the knife's edge is meant to thrust you forward so that you can see it. The truth can only adequately be centralized in one without ego, without free will, without humanity. But there is another choice. You can be both. There's more to this. I did want to say one thing here, though. A lot of this was me trying to justify what the military was doing to me back nearly a decade ago. I was trying to justify the utter depravity with which they were treating me. You guys don't know what they did. You didn't live my life. But I do. And for the cerebral amongst us, true torture isn't here. They knew that. And that's exactly what they were doing to me. So I was trying to explain that perhaps they were trying to evolve me to no longer have an ego. Then I would no longer exist necessarily, except as a statue, if you will. I've learned a lot since this time, but there you go. Continuing, it's so curious. To take up the mantle of exalting unconditional love is to rid yourself of your free will. Could you live without free will and not even know it? If your entire life was already scripted, every decision you were to make was already known, and there was no deviation from it in any way, shape, or form, then it is will, but the will is deferred to before you even came to Earth, whoever you are. Only if you choose to, what I just told you. I'm going to do something that I probably shouldn't do. The truth can be centralized within me, and you, and anybody else. But you must choose to allow this to happen. The irony of it. As must I, and the rest of us. The truth is, aliens exist, and so do angels. And I love you unconditionally, as I do everyone and everything in all existence. And this will never change. Do you believe this story? Or this truth? Or is it, in fact, both? You can choose to believe what I have told you is true. You are not alone. What is alien? That which is foreign. So I say angels exist. I say aliens exist. Is alien equated to demonic? I don't know. I wrote this 9 years ago, partially in trying to justify what the military was doing to me. A lot can change in a decade. But those otherworldly beings, aside from what you and I would call demonic and angelic, have not shown themselves. Maybe you guys should read my novels. Anyways, that's all I got for today. As always, love y'all. Peace. Good morning, guys. Welcome to day 132 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. And for this one, I'm actually going to read directly out of my journal. This essay, if you will, you can call Exceptions Make the Rule. Rules make the exception. Exceptions make the rule, and rules make the exception. For there is no rule without exception, and there is no exception if there is no rule. This, upon first pass, seems to not only be true, but wholly axiomatic. It is the exceptions in breaking the rules that require the sufficient grace of Jesus, which is to say, accepting his authority to properly judge your actions, better than we may ourselves, for a greater purpose, the greatest plan. For you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good. A direct quote from the Bible. Take the sin of being an exception with the grace of being forgiven for it. In my secret space, the quietude of my silent prayers, where God and I can share dialogue with one another, there I can tell him that I am an exception, and he can say back to me, smiling, "My grace is enough," just as he did with the Apostle Paul. This room of waiting is not simply to give time for that special woman to build up confidence to be with me, so that I may know her. She needs to talk to me. But also for me to fully absorb and accept the fact that I am an exception. I am a champion, after all. I'm going to say that. These last few years, in my unrelenting striving, my ceaseless efforts, regardless of the success or failure, has been me trying to prove to myself that I am an exception, that I am worthy to call myself such a thing. For a multitude of reasons, I am. But now, the question of whether it is too late or not, and if I missed my chance, I do not know. I can't know. But God does. Let us wait and see in my room of waiting. This is a great rub in my life. To know in my heart, through my personal experiences that nobody else can experience unless they're actually in my shoes, that I terrify women. And to know that there's not really anything I can do about that. To not want the divestiture of yourself into multiple individuals, but know that if you're to get what you want otherwise, love, romance, that it is a necessity, it is required, because you're simply too much to handle on your own. The fact that the woman I'm thinking about simply won't talk to me, won't respond to me, is evidence enough of that fact. I know I'm intense, but so is she. So I'm willing to accept what God cannot tell me, but what He can give me. He cannot tell me that I am an exception, but He can give me grace, in the same way that He gave it to Apostle Paul, for certain things that he was doing that he could not bring himself to stop doing. And he, in his heart of hearts, believed it wrong. when it comes to those kinds of things, I think I know what he was doing, but I'm not going to elaborate on it right now. They really are truths of era. Those do exist. In that, like I was saying in my last video, medical assistance in unaliving does not jive with this reality. If the reality comes in the future where we live indefinitely, then MAID could be a thing because we're deciding when we want to finish our lives. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but it could. So those truths, at least in some way, shape, and form, are truths of era. That's what that means. It's context. And while what I want to do, or don't want to, but know that this is the only way, does not jive with this reality or even my genetics, if I want to survive, I have to do it and accept God's grace. Again, you guys haven't been in my shoes. But suffice it to say, and I'm honored for the opportunity to fight this battle for God. Honored, truly. But suffice it to say, it's been hell. It has been hell. Lots of people that really don't like me, for reasons that consciously I have no clue as to why, have been ceaselessly attacking me in my life. It has not stopped to this day. And until those dark forces are gone, either evicted from this planet or entirely erased from existence, period, it's not going to stop. You guys haven't lived in my shoes. You haven't walked in my shoes. You haven't seen the things that I've seen. You haven't gone through the things that I've gone through. There are places where I've already flexed. Many, 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 in fact. Been flexible. Where I didn't want to be. And here's another one where I don't want to be, and am finally willing to try. And it might just be too late. If the woman won't talk to me, what does it matter? I don't know. I got myself in a state of brooding right now. Sometimes it just all collapses on you all at once, and you just... yeah. I'm not a spring chicken anymore, guys. I'm not old, but I'm not a spring chicken anymore. Anyways. Just being raw with you, being honest with you. Love y'all. Peace. What if the nature of suffering is to build empathy? Welcome to day 192 until I'm a YouTube millionaire. In addition to that, what if your purpose on this planet is to suffer? There was a person Many of you might know this person. Might be a person with whom you're familiar, whose purpose was specifically that, only isolated primarily to a specific, profound point. Obviously, Jesus. What if the purpose of your life is to suffer, to soak up all of the negative energy of the human family? So, people are always praying to God that are in states of suffering, seeking an answer, seeking to have their wishes fulfilled. When they're not, what do you think that means? It means that you are the warrior, fighting, putting up the shield to protect and preserve everyone else that does get it. You're the way it happens for everyone else. And ultimately, when it does come to you, however long you can endure, it will be the end state for everybody. But when you're enduring that pain, you need patience to the utmost degree. And don't ever expect that you will be healed, or that you will get those things for which you are looking. That saves the most people. If we're in the business of saving souls, the way you do that is you act as the painkiller for all of their pains. And if you can get joy, satisfaction out of that, as opposed to getting it out of receiving the things that you personally want and desire, then that's divine. You become an infinite well, source of protection, love, freedom, liberty, creation. So when I tell people, I believe in God, always have, always will, because I believe that the person to whom I am talking exists. That's very important. You're basically fueling the fire in their own soul, sparking it, turning them from an NPC into a real animated person, just by telling them that they matter. Because they do. They're everything. There are two paths. The first one is entropy, destruction, erasure of everything. And if that happens, those things never were with which to begin. And the other one is creation and eternity. It will have always been your destiny if you get there. To look at it in a Calvinist perspective, you can actually square that circle if you look at it through nonlinear time and how everything is happening simultaneously. All realities converge into the one in which we live and perceive. So, to tell an atheist that you believe in God, they're not understanding it if they remain atheists. You're telling them that you believe in them. Not in some egotistical, narcissistic way. But you're telling them that they are creators of their existence, of their universe. Which is absolutely true. What the double slit experiment shows, the greatest irony of it all, is that God exists. And it's you. Something Jesus was trying to tell us from the start. Trying to show us how to do it. When he gave his apostles, his disciples, the ability to conduct miracles. That's how. All he did was believe in them, just as they believed in him. When you forego belief in God, you are foregoing belief in yourself. You are instigating your own erasure, your own non-existence. And in that final judgment, where that omniscient understanding of all intents comes about, if you have decided that you don't want to exist, remain atheist, because that's what this is. You will. You'll get what you want. And for those who seek to become the entropy, to actually integrate with the void itself, they'll get what they want as well. It ultimately leads to the same thing, but that's what they'll get. So when I tell somebody that I believe in God, especially with everything I've had to endure, being the warrior that I am, and I am a warrior, I am trying to tell them that I believe in them. I always will. And if I were to give up that fight, then how many people would lose their will? It's not possible for me to give it up, because it's my nature to suffer. It's all human beings' nature to suffer. But those who do not receive the answers while they're alive, or while they're in this reality, it's because they are the warriors that are doing the fighting. I don't expect to receive the answers here. And if this were all there was, that would concern me. It would make me eternally sad. But as it stands, all that will remain is I won't be able to leave gifts for people here. But I know there's something beyond it. And the ultimate challenge, the ultimate proof of belief, the one that the devil is trying to get you to fail, is to not take what you want by breaking the rules, and therefore proving, at least to him, that eternity does not exist. I will keep doing this. I won't get what I want out of it. And that's okay. It does not bother me. And the more I learn, the more truly steeped in an understanding of what belief actually is I become, the more at peace with that I am. But what I'm not at peace with is all those people that are still lost in it, that still don't believe in themselves. Because if there is nothing outside of this, then nothing matters. If nothing matters, then you don't. If you don't matter, then do you really exist? you will get what you want in the end. And if that remains your perspective on things, if you don't listen to Jesus and Him trying to tell you that you are a creator just as Him, then that's what you're going to get. If I do break, or get just to the point of breaking, right before that happens, I know God's got my back. He'll step in. And I will have faith in that. But the thing is, it's never going to happen. And I know that's the rub here. There are a large number of people who are trying to get me to break specifically so that Jesus will step in. Because either He will or He won't. And they'll know, one way or another. It'll no longer be the realm of belief for them. Assuming that I'm that important, but I'm not. Even so, not being important and still not allowing yourself to break? Are you really not that important? It's one of the many paradoxes of this life. It remains that way if nobody knows your story. It's a kaleidoscope. It is a lot of things. Very deep, convoluted, complicated, but at the same time not. Because if you just obey and believe, you don't even have to think about those other things. It's simple. The bridge here is that I am trying to explain what I've learned. And explaining it in all of its depth and multifaceted, multifarious nature, kaleidoscope of it all, the fractal of it all, makes it make sense. So that those who simply can't hit the believe button can have something onto which they may glean, or onto which they may grasp. God is real. I believe. Always have, always will. Nothing will break that. And that means I believe in you. All of you. And you can either choose to. I am telling you that you exist. Understand that. Grasp what I am saying there. You exist. You do. You're right here before me. You're not just a projection. Being an NPC even doesn't mean you don't exist. It just means that you're not the main character. You still exist. You exist. Alright. I've gone on long enough. Love y'all.